How'd everything go in Jacksonville or the station?
Uh, really well, actually. Um, First off, it's funny. They were like recruiting us. They were like, listen, we just want to let you know what's going on. And they gave us some numbers, and and they can carry our 9 o'clock hour, and they're going to. They need to make a change behind the scenes. Apparently, on Mondays and Fridays, they preempt our 9 o'clock hour.
Yeah, I've noticed that they put something on.
Yeah, but that's their only plan.
Okay.
So, and I said, well, that would be good because then we'll know Tuesdays, Wednesdays, Thursdays. And I told them, I said, we scheduled JP Shadrick on Thursday specifically for you guys. I also talked to them about Roto and the fantasy idea about maybe having one of those in Jacksonville. And they loved it. And, these guys sell everything.
Right.
So, and Roto's on board to do it. And, as long as, he's compensated and they pay for his travel and put him up. And I said, yeah, yeah, they would. But then, that would be a way for us to joint promote. And they may, like right now, technically we're on the Action News Jax app. And they may get an Action Sports Jax app. Morning, everybody. Good to see you all, Risk and Albar. Don't remember seeing you yesterday. But then again, I'm paying attention in and out of the chat. And I know that you can listen and not comment and all that. But just acknowledging you. Just saying, hey.
You're listening to Miller and Moulton, coming at you from the Floormeister Studios. Floormeisters, keeping it real. And now, here's Mark Miller and David Moulton.
Top of the morning to you on this day of Valentine's Day week. Just trying to, give you guys out there, hint. How the heck are you, Miller and Moulton? MillerandMoulton.com, Miller_Moulton on X. Thanks so much for being with us. Top of the morning to you, Mark. How are you?
I'm doing all right. I have to admit, yesterday after the show, it set in. It's over.
What's over?
It's over. Football season.
What? No, it isn't. No. First off, where's Aaron Rodgers going to play?
Who cares?
I know.
Can we just start with that? Does anybody really care where that man plays?
No, except the national media. And besides, okay, I'll snap you out of your doldrums. A little bit of sadness setting in, okay? All right, here, we got a tweet, okay, from David, who I think happens to be a Gator fan, since it's in his whole, handle and everything.
Right.
Okay, guys, we're 171 days away from the NFL, okay? Even if it's like wrestling, it's the Hall of Fame game. And the UFL, as of today, is 46 days away. The first college football spring game, Liberty kicks us off in 19 days, followed by Cal Poly, Hawaii, and Navy follows. Football is back, baby.
That is a really well-constructed post.
Yes.
Yeah. 12-footer for par.
Absolutely.
That's really good.
That's a Spieth up and down right there. That's what that is. Kind of like, you can't get up and down from here. Oh, just watch him.
But in the words of Colonel Potter, then sent down through David Samson, it's a bunch of horse hockey. Cal Poly.
He's selling it, baby.
Real universities aren't even having spring games anymore because they're afraid their players are all going to transfer.
It's a lot harder to transfer out of the Navy, though. Have you noticed that? Ba-dum-bum. So anyway, that's David selling it. Selling it after the show last night. Saying, come on, boys. Don't get down. Don't get down. It's right there. You can see it from here. The late Marty Schottenheimer. There's a gleam, men. There's a gleam. Now go get the gleam. There it is, right there. Huh? No?
Right. Gleam.
Just selling it.
Hey, I appreciate you selling it.
No, just quoting David there.
Way to go, David.
Yeah.
Both Florida NBA teams can't win a game.
No, they're not.
I don't have hockey for 2 weeks.
Right? Wait, come on now.
They're up about the Nations Cup, but the problem is there's games every night in the NHL.
Yes.
I need the Nations Cup and the NHL to be going simultaneously, if you know what I mean. Like,
I agree with you. This whole, Canada plays Wednesday, U.S. Thursday. Well, then Canada needs to play again on Friday and the U.S. on Saturday. Come on, boys. Don't you know how this works? Right. It's like the NHL playoffs, okay? It's a day off between games. That's it. Come on, boys. Besides, it's Boston and Montreal where there's games are being held. It's not like there's a lot of travel. Come on. I'm with you. And I got.
And we talk. I mean, college. Thank goodness college basketball's got a lot of fun games tonight because last night it gave us nothing.
No.
On a big. I mean, what an opportunity for sports last night to grab a hold of something.
Totally. If I'm college basketball, I am going nuts with my schedule on the Monday after the Super Bowl.
And they gave us Clemson, North Carolina.
Although I will say, did you see the Clemson stat? Clemson has been playing basketball for 75 years. This is the first time they have swept Tobacco Road. Duke, North Carolina, NC State, and Wake Forest. They just swept them.
First time if you got them.
Yeah, first time they've ever done that. That's a good stat.
That is a good stat.
Stat of the day, stat of the day. By the way, our system is back. Our system, Saturday, 9 plays. Today, let's see, UCF, Vandy, K-State, Texas. There you go. There you go. UCF, Vandy, K-State, Texas. We got 4 plays tonight. Here we go. System's back at it. System's not as good during the week as it is on Saturday. System is money on Saturday. I don't know
really
what
has
it is.
Been strong on Saturdays.
Oh, my goodness, is the system strong on Saturday. But System's getting it early this week. 4 plays on Tuesday.
Plays and some ranked teams playing one another tonight in college hoop.
Right. Right. Little Purdue, Michigan action on Peacock.
And then the Gators taking on Mississippi State.
On ESPN2, Tennessee, Kentucky on the mothership. Okay, there you go. There you go. We got some hoops tonight, baby. Anybody stay up to watch Luka in a Lakers jersey? Matt Leinart sent out a very funny text, okay, or tweet or what have you. Matt Leinart, like midway through the game, just posted, I can't believe Luka's in a Lakers jersey. Yeah, neither can Dallas.
Neither can Mark Cuban.
No. Mark, I don't know what the organizations that you worked with. You were involved in a lot of different things, but during the game, you were usually calling the game on radio or television.
Right.
So I don't know how much input you had in the in-arena, stuff that we're going to do during the game. Whether it be a kiss cam or, how many times we're going to show, we're going to shoot T-shirts into the crowd, and how many times we're going to put pictures of the fans on the scoreboard and what have you.
Right.
Yeah, they did that at the Mavs game last night. Kept it crowd shots. Yeah, Mark, you shouldn't do crowd shots when the crowd is not happy with you. Because the crowd would see themselves up on the board, and then the crowd would start mouthing and saying things into the camera about how unhappy they are with recent events. And basically, the Mavs had to stop doing what they normally do during stoppages and commercial breaks because, the crowd just wasn't playing along.
Well, it happens.
Right.
It happens. Look
Right.
at Dallas. Their Mavs crowd acting like a Philly crowd. I'm impressed.
Yeah, listen, I'm impressed they care about something other than the Cowboys. I'll bet it has to throw the Mavs for a loop. By the way, apparently last night was the first time that the Mavs played a game without Dirk or Luka on the roster since the Clinton administration. Miller and Moulton.
Pretty good show lined up for you today. David Samson, Pat Kirwan, and Mike Miller to talk a little college hoop in the 8 o'clock hour. We'll get into some of the good games tonight and what's been going on as bracketology is not that far away.
Oh, no. They're doing it already. In fact, we may have to get Shelby Mast on the show. Oh, no. People are already circling games, wondering if certain teams are already out, like North Carolina after last night. Can North Carolina play their way in? They have so many losses and very few opportunities for quad one wins the rest of the way. So, oh yeah, because it happens quickly. Early March, we get right to the conference tournaments, and by the middle of the month, it's underway. So really only have about 3 weeks left of the regular season. in a
You
lot
know, I
of
wish
places.
the NBA's trade deadline was this week. They had a lot of action during Super Bowl week. I need it now.
I'm surprised it was as early as it was, to be honest. Don't get me wrong, it was outstanding. I mean, to me, it's kind of like those two recruiting periods. Like what I'd want to say to the NBA is, hey, that first one was outstanding. That early signing day you guys did, that was tremendous. Don't forget, you got another one.
Well, this was like baseball when the trade deadline was July 31st, but then you could have the waiver trades all
August
the way
31st.
through the next month.
Right. Exactly. That's what I would do if I was the NBA. I'm like, listen, we nailed this July 31st trade deadline, but don't forget, we still got that waiver wire. Did you hear, by the way, for those not paying attention, and I don't blame you. So the Lakers made a bunch of deals last week. The minor one was they went and acquired this big guy from Charlotte, and they gave up their first round pick in last year's draft, the shooter from Tennessee, Dalton Connect there. But they needed a big. They're small.
And it was almost Luka's request. They asked Luka what he wanted. He wanted someone that he could run the pick and roll game with. Give me a big.
Yeah, give me a big, somebody I can alley-oop
I
it
can
to.
lob the ball to.
Right. And so they went and got, I think Mark Williams was his name.
Yes.
Well, according to the Lakers, he failed the physical. Charlotte is appealing to the league. They're appealing the failed physical.
Right.
I've never heard of this before. Wait, what? So what, you want the league to step in and give him a physical? Are you not trusting the Lakers?
I like at the same time they issued a statement after the trade was undone saying we are excited to welcome Mark back to our Hornets organization.
Yeah.
Are you now? Are you sure?
Well, on line 2, they're calling the NBA going, hey, man, he didn't fail that physical. That's a bunch of crap. Meanwhile, I loved last night. Lakers had a blowout win. Everybody played except Dalton Connect. Did you see what it said in the box score? Okay, remember when Popovich held out Duncan?
Old.
DNP, old? Right. Dalton Connect, DNP, personal. As if to say, I'm honked at you guys. I don't want to wear this jersey. Bunch of blankety blanks.
Yeah, I could be playing in Charlotte right now.
Yeah. Miller and Moulton. Miller and Moulton would like to thank the sponsors that, quite frankly, saved the show in 2024. Whether it was Floor Meisters, American Paint Supplies, Glass Doctor, Molly Maid, Cigar Bar, Sleep Treatment Direct, the Diamond District, and even the Cape Coral Police Department, thank you. We're hopeful of a great 2025, still needing sponsors, so reach out to Miller and Moulton via X, at that Mark Miller or the David Moulton, or text us at 21,000. But Miller and Moulton says thank you to our sponsors and to you, our loyal listeners.
Defining a new era in men's health. Get stronger and healthier at Game Day Men's Health. With our in-house laboratory, get in, get treated, and get back to your passion and purpose. Call 239-427-3441 for our Bonita Springs or Naples location to set up your free testosterone test and consultation. Mention Miller Moulton Radio Show for a 10% discount on your service. Start living your best with Game Day Men's Health, Bonita Springs and Naples. Call 239-427-3441 today.
American Paint Supplies, for nearly 30 years, is your one-stop shop for all your coating needs. If you are a designer, a contractor, a professional painter, or a weekend warrior, American Paint Supplies is the place where experts go to get expert solutions. At 6100 Shirley Street in Naples off of Pine Ridge, American Paint Supplies delivers the best solutions with the best products with the best support. Meet Gene and his team today at American Paint Supplies. Call 239-566-2700. That's 566-2700 or online at AmericanPaintSupplies.net.
Gentlemen, as your wife mentioned getting new flooring, but you don't want to go through the hassle, well, go see the Floor Meisters in Naples next to Costco. They understand your time and money are important, so they'll make it as painless as possible. With a huge in-stock selection of carpet and Cortec, they can get you the floor your wife's been asking for. They carry wood, vinyl, carpet, and tile. If you do it yourself, no problem. They can handle that as well. So go see TJ at the Floor Meisters and tell them, just keeping it real.
This is Miller and Moulton.
So I still hadn't received my W-2s.
From
Marty.
Gotcha. Okay, I got mine late last week.
I finally got mine yesterday, but you know me, I'm going to call till
Right.
I talk to someone.
Right.
So I've left a couple messages, and I got a text back from Marty, but it was from his wife. Apparently he had quadruple bypass yesterday.
Oh, geez.
I know nobody cares. But Monday, President's Day, TGL has a triple header on. 1, 4, and 7.
What? The TGL with a
I
triple
know no
header?
one cares,
Wow.
but the TGL has a triple header
On Monday.
on Monday. 1, 4, and 7. 7's on the deuce. Apparently, Atlanta plays LA, Atlanta plays the Bay, and then the Bay plays Boston. So Tiger's not in any of them.
Hmm.
You're listening to Miller and Moulton. And now, here's Mark Miller and David Moulton.
21 minutes after the hour. Top of the morning to you. How the heck are you? Miller and Moulton. MillerandMoulton.com. Miller_Moulton on X. We'll have a Swamp Buggy Races poll question coming up in a bit. David Samson will join us at the top of the hour. Pat Kirwan at the top of the 8 a.m. Eastern hour. He's back from Nolens. He's been on the road a while. Kansas City, Mobile, Nolens. Sleep in his own bed again for the first time in 2.5 weeks. He's got to be happy. Hope he's fought off that cold that he had with him from Kansas City to Mobile to Nolens. And Mike Miller will join us in a couple hours talking some college hoops. I'd argue they're the best website covering college hoops going, Field of 68. They're terrific. He handles their daily newsletter, Mike Miller. He'll join us in a couple hours. We'll talk some hoops. So did you see the numbers?
Yeah, I did.
Do you believe them?
Not really.
Here's why I believe them. First off, they're counting more markets than they've ever counted before. Secondly, they're counting out-of-home viewership, sports bars and what have you, which they never counted before. And third, they're adding streaming numbers on top of the pile. And when you go, well, how many people stream the Super Bowl? Well, according to Fox, over 14 million. That's over 10%.
So let me get this straight. Last year's game, unbelievably close game.
Yeah, throughout.
Right.
Right. Went overtime.
Overtime.
Right. Uh-huh.
So we know in sporting events that are close and go to overtime, the audience continues to grow in games like that. It does not matter the sport. It doesn't matter, how big it is. But when games go into overtime, the viewership increases.
Correct.
This game was a blowout.
Correct.
From the word go.
Oh, yeah.
A Super Bowl that people had far less interest in this year than they did a year ago. And of course, more people watched it.
Like I said, they're tracking more people than they've ever tracked before. They're tracking more people not in their homes than ever before. They're counting streaming numbers and throwing all those numbers on top of the pile, and that's a fairly new phenomenon. Although last year's game was streamed on Paramount. This year's game apparently was streamed on Tubi for free. Fox is claiming that 10% of their audience watched the game on Tubi. They're claiming their number is 126 million and change. And they're claiming 13.1 watched on Tubi and 14.5 million overall watched on streaming platforms. So that's
maybe it was the Telemundo numbers that brought him over the top. Maybe that was it.
Maybe. They did say that the game peaked in the second quarter. That in the second quarter, they had 136 million people watching. And their overall number was 10 million less than that. Halftime did better than the overall game rating. Again. Halftime, they said, had 131 million. The game, they said, had 126.
And based on social media reaction of the 131 million that watched halftime, 130 million didn't like it. I'm joking because I actually saw a lot of people who loved the Kendrick Lamar halftime.
Well, and I will say, I do think that people that are watching it again and finding out some background information on what it is that he did, okay, are actually then saying, oh, wow. So, like I'm going to watch it a second time, okay, because I've read a bunch of articles about what it was that he did and what it was he was trying to say, okay, and that it was really a takedown of his industry. It was not a takedown of the country or what have you. It was a takedown of his industry. And so I'm like, oh, and it was a celebration of Black History Month. Oh, okay. Well, all right. Now, maybe I'll watch this a little differently and see if I enjoy it more. See if I understand it more. So, okay. And what the heck? It's like 13 minutes. I mean, I got time. I've seen every Law and Order. I mean, I've seen every Blue Bloods. I don't, I
need something new.
I could take some time out. I could pause them, and watch this and then go back to it. I mean, I'm still going to watch my Law and Order and Blue Bloods, Mark. Don't kid yourself. But so those are the numbers, apparently. 126 million, highest rated ever. Peaked at 136. Halftime did 5 million more than the game on average. Okay. Now, listen, for those that dispute the halftime numbers, every year the halftime outrates the game. It does. Every year. Because if you think about it, who watching the game is turning it off? And there are people that tune in just for the halftime, and then they go back to watching the Puppy Bowl or whatever they're watching. Breaking news, by the way, if we had the breaking news sounder. My Aunt Kathy watched the Super Bowl.
What?
I know. She texted me middle of the third quarter. Hey, for the record, I turned the game on this year and look what happened. I text her back and I go, well, don't ever do that again.
Look at Aunt Kathy.
I know.
All these years you thought she was a non-Super Bowl watcher, and here she is.
She hates it.
Jumping in for the Eagles Chiefs.
hates it. She's a Mahomes fan. Okay. She likes, actually, I think she likes his wife's politics. Okay. She actually watched for political reasons. She was rooting for one side over the other because of political reasons. Okay. And she's like, and then look what I get. And I just said, hey, in 2 years, I think your favorite nephew is going to be working the Super Bowl. Could you watch in 2 years? Okay. And she goes, I don't know. After this one, I don't know.
A lot of disappointment this year, obviously.
I know. So listen, it's why Fox got record ratings. My Aunt Kathy watched.
There it is. Now, if they can just get her to watch the NBA, they'll be all set in that sport too.
Come on now. Take it easy. Remember, she watched for political reasons.
Aunt Kathy equals ratings.
Well, if you can get my Aunt Kathy to watch your sporting event, that does equal ratings.
In that highly coveted,
yes,
65 plus female demo.
No question about it. Yep. Thank you for being a friend. Mm-hmm. So
now
those
back
are
to the Golden Girls.
Already in progress. So there you go. Those are the numbers according to Fox. I got to admit, I was impressed with the Tubi streaming numbers because I only found out about Tubi like 2 weeks ago. And that was because of Dion.
Now it's a regular part of David's nightly watch.
Well, let's not
Tubi,
get
the Dion show.
It's not, Mark, you know me. I'm still confusing Fubu and Tubi. Okay, I'm totally messed up.
Now getting them to switch between the two channels is even impossible.
I think they should merge, personally, because I'm just totally messed up about it.
For Tubi?
Well, right. Tubu? What are we doing here? So, anyway, those are the numbers. Do with them what you will.
We got to get a poll question up. Our Swamp Buggy Races poll question. We'll have that on the other side. The starting five is on the other side as well. David Samson, 30 minutes away. Pat Kirwan, an hour and 30 minutes away, right here on Miller and Moulton.
Miller and Moulton would like to thank the sponsors that, quite frankly, saved the show in 2024. Whether it was Floor Meisters, American Paint Supplies, Glass Doctor, Molly Maid, Cigar Bar, Sleep Treatment Direct, the Diamond District, and even the Cape Coral Police Department, thank you. We're hopeful of a great 2025, still needing sponsors, so reach out to Miller and Moulton via X at that Mark Miller or the David Moulton, or text us at 21,000. But Miller and Moulton says thank you to our sponsors and to you, our loyal listeners. Gentlemen, as your wife mentioned getting new flooring, but you don't want to go through the hassle, well, go see the Floor Meisters in Naples next to Costco. They understand your time and money are important, so they'll make it as painless as possible. With a huge in-stock selection of carpet and Cortec, they can get you the floor your wife's been asking for. They carry wood, vinyl, carpet, and tile. If you do it yourself, no problem. They can handle that as well. So go see TJ at the Floor Meisters and tell them, just keeping it real.
Honey, you want to come out? I haven't seen you since Glass Doctor installed our custom shower enclosure.
No thanks.
Well, you can't keep eating breakfast in the shower, and laminating your magazines is getting expensive. You remember we have guests coming over tonight, right?
Oh, I'm sure they'd love to see the shower.
It's our neighbors, and I highly doubt they want to be hanging out in our bathroom.
The shower's so good, you'll never want to leave. Visit glassdoctor.com today and schedule an appointment online.
The Cape Coral Police Department is growing. They are currently looking for police officers and are offering a $10,000 signing bonus to newly hired officers. If you desire a career in law enforcement, or if you are already in law enforcement and thinking about making a move to a better agency, think Cape Coral Police Department. If you're looking for a police department that is committed to excellence, that invests in the highest level of training, state-of-the-art equipment, and some of the highest compensation in all of Southwest Florida, then the Cape Coral Police Department is for you. Visit capecops.com. That's capecops.com.
This is Miller and Moulton.
Hey, David,
Mm-hmm.
are they Jacksonville? Are they taking the show off a satellite then?
Well, that's what. Yeah.
So I don't need to do this whole commercial thing that I do between every break anymore.
Well, I don't know, but can we hold on for another couple?
Yeah, no. That was just I just thought about it right now. It's not a big deal.
Mark, did you send Samson the link?
Oh, no, I didn't. I did now. All right, poll question. We got 60 seconds.
Today's National Guitar Day, National Peppermint Patty Day, Armed Forces Day,
Welcome back to Miller and Moulton. Text the guys what's in your mind at 21,000. That's 21000. And now, here's David Moulton.
22 minutes till the top of the hour. David Samson will join us at that time. Isn't he like on the road this week? Isn't he like out and about? Did I get that confused with other weeks? I thought he's like with people in the mountains of, I don't know.
That's right. He's skiing in Utah.
Right. So
Yeah, he's in Park City. Great place.
Right. So he's going to be waking everybody in the lodge up at 5 a.m.
Well, certainly whoever's staying in the room with him.
Right.
And he doesn't care. He made that declaration last week that was whether or not he was going to do it is whether or not he cared about the people he was staying with. Right. Okay. And he obviously doesn't because he's up and ready to do the show.
Right. And he's also just, throwing right in your face because today is National Make a Friend Day. And David Samson could ruin a couple friendships when he appears on our show in 20 minutes because he's going to be loud. He's going to be disturbing the other folks at the lodge. Either that or he's going to be outside in the woods and the bears are going to hear him and he may get eaten during the segment. But I have just thrown this out there, poll question, idea. When's the last time you made a friend? I'm serious. I mean, first off, we don't know the age of all our listeners. All right. Usually I'm stereotyping here, but I think you make more friends the younger you are.
Absolutely.
Okay. So, but when is the last time you made a friend?
This could be a very depressing poll question for the two of us.
Well, first off, people define friends differently. Like, you play golf at a club, you come across a bunch of guys, okay, some of whom are friends, some of whom are just people that occasionally you get paired up with and you play golf with. But I'm just curious, you joined that club a handful of years ago, right?
Yeah.
I'm guessing at the time that during then and now, at least one of those people has become a friend.
That sounds about right. About one.
Yeah, that's it. That's all we need. It's National Make a Friend Day.
Right. And I would say I have made a couple of acquaintances, borderline friends, due to the parents.
Oh, no.
No. If you met the... What do you mean, no? You're not even going to let me explain, for the love of God?
Well, I'm going to question it.
Before I said two words? You don't even know what I'm going to say.
You're right.
Sit in the house for 6-8 months at a time in between football season.
I haven't made a friend since the Carter administration, okay? But there's a criteria to making a friend. I know what you're going to say. Let's see if you meet it. Go.
I've met several people through the daughter and parents at sporting events. Right. And from that, there have been a couple that I have done things socially with.
There you go.
The kids.
Okay.
So how about letting me finish over there?
Well, that was key, though.
Mr. Pop-Tart.
That was key. There's no reason to hold it against me because I like my brown sugar Pop-Tarts. That's passive-aggressive stuff right there. All right. But that's the key. Okay, it's one thing to get along really well with the parents of a certain someone because you spend time around them, but you at least got to go. And I'm not talking about break bread after the soccer match either.
No. Go out and break bread.
Yeah,
without the kids, maybe.
Yeah, now there we go. Now that would count. Of course, that could just be National Attempt at Making a Friend Day.
Exactly. Do you have to have multiple occasions of going out where you consider then that person a friend?
Or it just goes well, and then you come to the conclusion, if I had more time, they could really be friends.
And that's a lot of it right there. It's the time factor.
Johnny Mac's suggestion for a poll question is, when's the last time you got rid of a friend? Time now for...
The Starting Five. 5 big stories you need to know. Here is the Starting Five.
Well, Fox said record crowd watched the Super Bowl. Record audience. Now, there's a few things that work here. They actually chart more people than ever before. They used to do just top 44 markets. They also chart now all 48 states. They don't chart Alaska and Hawaii. So they also count streaming numbers now, out-of-home viewership now. So there's a few things going on here. But Fox says a record 126 million people on average were watching Super Bowl 59. Audience peaked in the second quarter when 136 million people were watching. 14.5 million viewers took in the game via streaming, over 13 million of those via Tubi. And the halftime show, Kendrick Lamar did 131 million on average. Ken Dorsey expected to join the Cowboys staff as passing game coordinator. And have you heard these Dan Orlovsky rumors?
Well, he half retired on air yesterday.
Well, he said, I'm not going to be doing what's Greeny's
I'm taking
show?
a break.
Yeah, he said, you're not going to see
NFL
me for a while. Yeah, taking a break. But the word is that Kellen Moore is going to get introduced today or tomorrow as Saints head coach, and that Dan Orlovsky is going to go work for Kellen Moore. Huh. How about that? Mark, let me ask you, if I was paying you $1.5 million a year to talk about football, would you actually go work? Because being a quarterback's coach or something like that, that's work. You don't see your family much. By the way, you got to move. He went to Connecticut. He lives in the Northeast. ESPN, this just in, is located where?
In the Northeast, David.
I mean, you got to move. You got to work.
You move your family.
You got to work, too. You got to grind it. I mean, if you work a 70-hour week, they go, you slacker. I'm just curious. I know, a lot of people have the coaching itch, but man, he's making at least $1.5 million a year because they all renegotiated their contracts at around the same time. Mina Kimes, all right, and they all got $1.50 when they did it. That's my understanding anyway. So, man, that's a sweet gig. He's not part of the number 2 Monday Night Football team, does like 6 games a year. All right, anyway. NBA, Luka made his debut for the Lakers last night. He played 24 minutes, 14 points, 5 rebounds, 4 assists. The old man in 29 minutes still scored 24 points, LeBron. The Lakers have won 6 in a row and 10 of 11. They're the 4 seed right now in the West. They beat Utah by 19. Jason Tatum with 34. Celtics went into Miami, beat the Heat by 18. Miami's below 500. They're in the play-in right now as the 7 seed, looking up at the Pistons. I will say this, if you're the NBA, if Miami can just pick up a game in the standings and finish as the 6th seed, they'd get the Knicks in the first round in a 3-6 matchup, and that is exactly what the NBA wants. Orlando lost again. The Magic have fallen all the way to the 9 seed, Mark.
The only thing that's, I guess, good news is Philadelphia is so bad that there's still 4.5 games clear of the Sixers.
Whew. Because the Sixers right now are not even in the play-in. They're the 11 seed. But Wagner with 37, and they still lost at home to Atlanta, 112-106. Big news in the Cleveland-Minnesota game. Yeah, the Cavs won, but Mark Lore and A-Rod won the franchise. The arbitration with Glenn Taylor, I'll make this quick. Glenn Taylor sold the team to Lore and A-Rod 3 years ago for $1.5 billion. 2 things happened in the 3 years since. A, the T-Wolves started winning. Why'd they start winning? Because of all the people that Mark Lore and A-Rod hired. And because they started winning and because of franchise valuations, Glenn Taylor realized, hell, my franchise is worth maybe $1 billion more now than it was when I entered this deal. Well, then I'm going to back out of the deal. Well, part of the deal was if there's a dispute, it goes to arbitration. And the 3-person panel voted 2-1 in favor of Lore and A-Rod to buy the team. NBA expected to approve it. Sacramento went into Dallas. DeRozan hit a shot in the lane with 2 seconds to go. He had 42. Kings over the Mavs, 129-128. Fans ejected from the game in Dallas for chanting "Fire Nico" and being drunk and uncooperative. That's according to the Mavs. According to fans, they just think the Mavs ownership has a thin skin.
Yeah, I mean, 2 fans, when shown on the cam, said mouthed "Fire Nico," and they were thrown out.
Yeah.
And then
ridiculous.
the Mavs came up with a litany of things that they had did wrong.
Right.
Okay.
Oklahoma City won. They're 43-9. They have the best record in the league, a half a game better than Cleveland. Wembanyama, 31 points, 15 rebounds. Spurs beat the Wizards. Golden State went into Milwaukee and won, 125-111. The Jimmy Butler thing is working so far. And Portland was red hot, and then they went to Denver. The Nuggets said, yeah, we're hotter. We've won 7 in a row, and we got this Jokic guy, and he scored 40, and the Nuggets beat the Blazers by 29. College hoops, SEC owns 4 of the top 5 teams in the country. Auburn, Bama, 1-2. Florida, Tennessee, 4-5. Duke is 3rd in the AP poll. By the way, according to the coaches poll, the top 4 teams in the country are all from the SEC. Bama, Auburn, Florida, and Tennessee. So the coaches at Bama won. The AP has Auburn won. They play each other Saturday. Florida, 4th in the AP, 3rd in the coaches. Last night, 6th-ranked Houston beat Baylor by 11. And Clemson back in the rankings. They beat North Carolina by 20, 85-65. North Carolina right now would not make the tournament. How about, by the way, North Carolina, Arkansas in a play-in? What do you say? No?
That's fine. I don't know if either deserve it. I like where your head's at.
Well, you're just trying to get people to watch, True TV on a Tuesday night. Baseball pitchers and catchers reported in Mesa Sunday for the Cubs. They report for the Dodgers and Rays today. By Thursday, all 30 teams will have had pitchers and catchers report. Yankees announced CC Sabathia is going in the Hall of Fame as a Yankee. Houston announces Billy Wagner going in as an Astro. Reds are going to play this year with a number 14 on the sleeve to honor the late Pete Rose. And the Brewers are going to wear a patch honoring the late Bob Uecker. And finally, Mark, in hockey, Sidney Crosby, he had missed the Penguins' last 2 games before the Four Nations break. He says he's good to go for Canada. They open tomorrow against Sweden. There's some thought, because you've got McDavid and who's the other superstar? McKinnon's Canadian, right?
I believe so, yes.
And they're wondering, do you do like they did back in '87 in the Canada Cup? Do you put when they put Gretzky and Lemieux on the same line? Do you put McDavid and McKinnon on the same line? Beanpot, BU beat BC 4-1 to win the Beanpot. It's a big deal in college hockey. Harvard, Northeastern, BU, BC. BU won it, even though BC is the number 1 team in the country. And at 8 minutes before the hour, that was the starting 5. 5 big stories in the Beanpot here on Miller and Moulton.
Very nice.
Thank you.
Very nice.
Thank you. 4 system plays tonight, ladies and gentlemen. Texas, K-State, Vandy, and UCF. Vandy's going to be a loser. I can tell you that right now. There's no way Auburn's losing 2 in a row. So now it's just a matter of how much do they win by. I do not have a good feeling about the Vandy system play, but we play them all without hesitation. Love you.
Still a quirky gym.
Yeah, it is.
It's not as quirky as it used to be.
And they're getting like 7.5, 8.5. I mean, it's a decent number of points.
And they're not bad.
No. And I love UCF tonight in the system play at home against Iowa State. Love K-State at home against Arizona. K-State is hot. So I think we at least split the system plays tonight, Mark. At least a 2 and 2
Just getting
night.
us to Saturday.
Yeah, that's all we need. Because on Saturday, we print money.
It's National Make a Friend Day. It could be the crux of our poll question today. We will figure it out during the commercial break and then bring David Samson on board for our weekly chat with David. Pat Kirwan, a little more than an hour away. Would you say David Samson's a friend?
Well, I was going to ask David Samson when's the last time he made a friend. I'll bet he's made it more recently than us. Miller and Moulton would like to thank the sponsors that, quite frankly, saved the show in 2024. Whether it was Floor Meisters, American Paint Supplies, Glass Doctor, Molly Maid, Cigar Bar, Sleep Treatment Direct, the Diamond District, and even the Cape Coral Police Department, thank you. We're hopeful of a great 2025, still needing sponsors, so reach out to Miller and Moulton via X at that Mark Miller or the David Moulton, or text us at 21,000. But Miller and Moulton says thank you to our sponsors and to you, our loyal listeners.
Mark Miller for Molly Maid. Why Molly Maid, you ask? Trust. Moulton was a customer for 15 years. Affordability. Didn't I just say Moulton was a customer for 15 years? Worry-free services. Our professional house cleaners are fully insured and a 24-hour warranty. Call Molly Maids today at 239-774-5839. That's 239-774-5839 or online at mollymaid.com/FTMYERS. That's mollymaid.com/FTMYERS.
Wine glasses never fall over until you get a brand new rug.
Oh, no.
Ketchup bottles act normal till you're wearing a new shirt.
Oh, you kidding me?
And rocks slide peacefully on the road till the day you get a brand new windshield. Then they fly up off the road and attack without mercy. That's why new windshields from Glass Doctor come with our windshield protection plan. Unlimited repairs and one replacement for 12 months. Don't just fix it, protect it. Glass Doctor. A neighborly company.
Do you have a sleep problem but don't want to wear a CPAP mask? This is Mark Miller for Sleep Treatment Direct. The mask wasn't working for me, and I didn't think I had an alternative. I do. We all do. They have such simple alternatives with greater success than the mask. Visit sleeptreatmentdirect.com. That's sleeptreatmentdirect.com. And if you are like me and your CPAP machine isn't working for you, it's time for a change. Call 239-444-1741. That's 239-444-1741. Sleep Treatment Direct. Sleep safe and sound. American Paint Supplies, for nearly 30 years, is your one-stop shop for all your coating needs. If you are a designer, a contractor, a professional painter, or a weekend warrior, American Paint Supplies is the place where experts go to get expert solutions. At 6100 Shirley Street in Naples off of Pine Ridge, American Paint Supplies delivers the best solutions with the best products with the best support. Meet Gene and his team today at American Paint Supplies. Call 239-566-2700. That's 566-2700 or online at AmericanPaintSupplies.net.
Gentlemen, as your wife mentioned getting new flooring, but you don't want to go through the hassle, well, go see the Floor Meisters in Naples next to Costco. They understand your time and money are important, so they'll make it as painless as possible. With a huge in-stock selection of carpet and Cortec, they can get you the floor your wife's been asking for. They carry wood, vinyl, carpet, and tile. If you do it yourself, no problem. They can handle that as well. So go see TJ at the Floor Meisters and tell them, just keeping it real.
This is Miller and Moulton.
Good morning.
Morning, David.
How you doing?
Wait a minute. I thought you were going to be in Utah.
Next Tuesday.
Gotcha.
So I got you this Tuesday, but not next Tuesday.
Okay. All right. Good to know.
My mistake. Had a very bad morning.
Oh, I'm sorry.
It's not your fault.
Well, we'll try to make you laugh. We're going to bring up a topic off the top that we think will put a smile on your face.
You know when you have something that you think is really super cool and all you want is for your partner to agree and say, wow, that's cool, or oh, you look good, and then you get the opposite reaction. That's what
Right.
happened to me this morning.
Uh-oh.
Wow.
I'm sorry.
I'm totally bummed. And now I have to decide. Now, every time I wear it forever, I know that she hates it. So either I could break up with her, or I could not wear it in front of her.
How
I
about
mean,
how
I
about
don't know.
okay, or just this is the Jersey in me coming out. Is there something that she wears that you've lied about?
Love
Okay.
it.
And from now on,
Wow, are you a vindictive?
you can truthfully say, actually, honey, your ass does look fat in those jeans.
No, what I told her is the left side of her closet was not flattering.
Wow, you really know how to drop the hammer.
I've been up since 2 a.m. dealing with this. I understand that waking her to ask her how I look may not have been the perfect thing.
Probably, I have to admit now that you present that as evidence, I might be on her side, because I might just tell you look like blank off and roll back over. You might have waited till after
God.
Sports with Friends. Just timing, David. Timing.
You know what? I'm just gonna wear them. I'm gonna wear them during the show. I'm gonna prove to you that these are awesome.
I didn't know we had Bono on the show this morning.
I was
Not Bono, George Michael. These are actually George Michael sunglasses. I just was able to secure them. I've been looking for these for a decade, and they finally became available, and now I own them, and I don't want to just stare at them. I want to wear them.
So, like, he wore those glasses?
Yes, he did at a concert.
So you purchased those via an auction?
I did.
Well, you got to have faith.
That's so good, Mark. You stay up all night thinking of that one? Because that's good.
Wow.
All I know is that I gave her a little careless whisper this morning.
Oh, really?
You know what you should do?
I'm going to watch that Freedom video just to see all the supermodels, and I'll feel better about everything.
You know what you should do? You should put on your tightest, best pair of jeans and just walk around and film your ass and
With
send
a
it
big
to her.
Jewish star instead of a cross.
And send it
I'm
to
in.
and send it to her and say, "Huh?"
You're listening to Miller and Moulton, coming at you from the Floor Meister Studios. Floor Meisters, keeping it real. And now, here's Mark Miller and David Moulton.
Hour 2 of Miller and Moulton on a Tuesday, and we started off most every Tuesday with David Samson. He of the award-winning Nothing Personal with David Samson podcast. You can follow him on X at David the letter P Samson. David P. Samson. Do you know, sir, and by the way, good to see you. Thanks for joining us, that today is National Make a Friend Day?
I had no idea. I have no friend who would have told me that.
And which we think we're going to go with our poll question today. When is the last time you made a friend?
That's a great one. It will definitely show the demographics of your audience if people check the 20+ mark. But I'm going to say that I last made a friend within the year.
Really?
Sure. Well, what are you counting as a friend?
You have to do something outside of work. You have to have a meal. You got to do something together. This isn't just when you see one another, you get along well. Okay. Like, we are all friendly. We've yet to break bread with you. The minute we do, it's our friend David Samson joining us on Miller and Moulton.
See, I think one meal, we're still acquaintances.
I agree with that.
I don't think you can get to a friend in one meal, David.
No.
I mean, I like you and all, but I wouldn't list you. Hey, list your top 5 friends.
Well, hold on. I didn't say top 5 friends. First off, we know one another years. Okay.
Yes, true.
And so if
I would say we're good acquaintances, David.
Me too.
I think if I come into the city and we go out to dinner, that's consummating our relationship.
We're
First
now friends.
of all, let me stop you there. I learned in 7th grade that consummating a relationship had nothing to do with a meal. But again, I went to a private school, so I
Right.
may have gotten it wrong.
That's true. That's true.
No, you got it right. I went to a similar school, David.
All right, fine. Anyway, it's also National Peppermint Patty Day, so take it as you will. All right, your thoughts on the most watched Super Bowl ever? What a bunch of malarkey that is, but okay.
So I tried to count. Where were the 3 extra million people this year that weren't watching last year when it was a better game? Chiefs 49ers, more compelling, not a blowout, no Chiefs fatigue, not a repeat. And then I realized that we're not comparing apples to apples, because this year we counted Tubi as a streaming service which had the game, the obvious Deportes, which of course I sound so white when I say that, but there's so many different things that are now being counted, and it's great PR. What an amazing release that the NFL can do, getting everybody else jealous that they got 126 million people, peaked at 8 p.m. Eastern at 1:37 or 1:35 or some ungodly number. I'm happy for them. I'm not. My toes are crossed. It takes 10 years of World Series to get there.
Well, how about Manfred being shown at the game? And it got us wondering what it would take to have Roger Goodell show up at another league sporting event.
He was at the World Series.
He was.
He was in Rob's suite. They have a thing where they give each other invitations, and they accept invitations in order to show brotherhood. And what's funny is they really compete, as you know. And Roger Goodell walks around like he is the cool kid in town because his teams are worth way more. His league is way bigger in terms of revenue. And then you've got Rob and Adam sort of elbowing each other out. And then you've got the little ducklings in the back, Gary Bettman and Don Garber, saying, hey, where's my invite? It's like me with Mike Schur on the Levitard show. But it's an interesting club of people. But that's sweet. What I was thinking is Manfred was 5 seats away from McCartney. And I assume you're going to do a photo or maybe something signed. I don't think there's any reason to be cool if you're 5 seats away from Paul McCartney.
No, you can geek out a little bit and say, how about a selfie? You got to do something at that point. I'm with you.
Even if you're the commissioner, I think there's a list of celebrities that are in a certain area. Like Paul Rudd, he's not going up to Paul Rudd, who was also in the suite, and saying, hey, dude, let's get a selfie. And I totally agree with that. But I think that Paul Rudd should go to Paul McCartney.
There's one Paul and there's one Sir Paul.
Exactly.
And there is a difference.
A very big difference. Though I don't know how you become a Sir. I know it's Sir Elton John. I don't really know the criteria. Is it the
usually
Queen?
the Queen's involved, yes.
Well, now the King, but
Right.
yes.
Right. Yeah.
All
I'm
right. Your
excited about the
takeaways
Super
of the other, your takeaways from Brady doing the Super Bowl, your takeaways from the halftime, any thoughts that you had on the broadcast itself?
Yeah, 2 concepts. One, so many people in my demographic criticizing the Kendrick Lamar halftime. And clearly, when you have a halftime show like that, you are trying to appeal to a demographic that's not me, because I'm going to watch the game anyway. Whether you've got Kendrick Lamar or Bruce Springsteen, I'm doing it. But when you're trying to build your audience and try to get people who may not otherwise watch, you do a show exactly like that. And I think it worked great. For Tom Brady, I had a different thought, which is I really do prefer Olsen. I thought that Tom Brady had his moment, that this game of all games would have been the time for him to be great. When the Eagles were up so much, he could say, hey, I was Patrick Mahomes. Here's what I did in the clubhouse, in the locker room during halftime. Instead of saying we can't be one-dimensional and all of this sort of stuff that anyone would say, I thought he could have really had some good, deep analysis. And he's a good storyteller. He knows a lot of people, but I don't find him compelling as a game analyst.
David Samson, host of Nothing Personal with David Samson, the award-winning podcast, which he tapes live at 8 a.m. weekdays, and then it's rebroadcast at 10 a.m. Eastern on the DraftKings Network. Pitchers and catchers, were you a goober? Were you a geek
Okay. Did you like run out onto the field right as the sun was, coming up at 7 a.m.? And, like Steve Martin in the Jerk, the new phone books are here. The new phone books are here. How were you when you ran the
that's no
Marlins
joke.
on the first day? Well, I'm old. On the first day of pitchers and catchers.
So it's also physicals day. So the first day of pitchers and catchers, the first thing you do on the first day is there's physicals for the players and
Wow.
front office. So I would
Well,
always get my physical that year.
Wow, you really know how to take the romanticism out of pitchers and catchers.
Well,
Let me tell
I'm
you.
just trying to give
Turning
your
off.
audience, I'm
Right.
trying to give your audience the inside scoop. And so you have the physicals, and then you get the report from the doctors. Hey, this guy can't take the field. So we can't take the field until we get the full list that everyone got through their physical. We don't have the blood work results, but we've got the orthopedic and we've got the cardiogram and all the other stuff we do. It's amazing to walk in first day of pitchers catchers. You're all excited, and there's a bunch of grown men. Hey, we signed you to a minor league deal, but you got this invite. Good luck making the team. And then you see the other guy. Hey, welcome back. You're the starter. You know that. And you just see everyone in line in their skivvies waiting to get their fingers plugged. And then we get on the field. But first, we have the meetings where you've got the clubhouse manager who has to talk to the players. Then you've got the manager. Then you've got the hitting coach. Then you've got the base running coach. Then you've got the trainer. And you've got all of these meetings that take place with the players in their unis ready to go on the field. Then you take the field, and ooh, is it awesome.
Everybody stay awake in those meetings. I mean, that's a lot of meetings right there,
It's
David.
a
And
lot
I
of
know
meetings.
most of people's attention span can't get through one meeting, let alone the 5 or 6 you just described there.
I couldn't get through that list that you were describing without dozing off.
And I forgot, that's my fault. That's bad delivery. I forgot to tell you that I also speak to the team, and so does the president of baseball operations. And we're just they're pretty quick because in 5 days, you've got the full squad when position players report, and you save your best stuff for that meeting with the players because you want it to be different because the pitchers and catchers have already heard it. The only one who does it the same is the clubby and the trainer. The trainer says, wear sunscreen. Don't do too much because, it's the first few days of spring. The GM says you're not going to make the team day one, so don't try to throw 99. We're not going to, have you make the team just because you do that. And then I say, hey, guys, we're supposed to lose 100 games. Let's screw them all and try to only lose 90. So I do that speech. And then the players are pretty awake because they're excited to get out there.
Wow, you're selling this hard. Okay,
Oh, it's
really.
fun.
I mean, I'm picturing like a scene, at a major league. I mean, was there ever a cardboard cutout of Jeffrey Loria and we're like peeling dollar signs off it or something? Or
No, it wouldn't be of Jeffrey because the players in the room, it's funny, no matter what your payroll is, and we had payrolls that were really high and really low, the first day of spring training, you're full Jim Carrey. You've got a chance. And that's the truth of what we talk about. We explain to the players, forget what the rumors are, whether we're favored or not favored. We got to go out and do our work and start the routine. Because remember, for the players, it's mid-February. And if you don't make the playoffs, you're going from February until the end of September. And baseball, as you know, is such a game of routine. It's such a game of failure that you're starting that road together at that moment. And it's a really long road with not great odds of it ending well because only one of 30 teams you end well. And you just become a family. And every year's a new family. And I really love spring training.
Where's Bregman going to end up?
So obviously you saw the rumors are the Tigers, the Red Sox. Here's my issue. Scott Boras is doing to Bregman what he did to Alonso. The thing is, Bregman hasn't agreed to cave the way Alonso did by accepting the short-term deal. Like his 4 players last year had to accept the short-term deal. Bregman thought he was going to get 6 or 7 years. The problem is he's on the wrong side of 30, and there aren't teams willing to go that deep anymore without sort of seeing one more year. Do it for me again. And so I think he's going to have to sort of suck up and do a 2-year deal. He get an opt-out after 1 year. It'll look a lot like Pete Alonso. And if that's the case, I think the Astros would be back in it. And therefore, they have an opportunity to bring him back. So I think that The reason why he hasn't signed is he's waiting for someone to cave on a long term, but it's not going to happen.
He apparently is looking for like 7 and 200. The Astros best is like 6 for 156 or 159, which is like 26 and change. He's looking for close to 30 because I think that's what he's made the last 2 years.
I would assume the Astros no longer have that deal on the table, because I'll tell you, if they, and I read that rumor too, if he's got 156 in front of him and he didn't run to sign it in the last, call it 25 days, then Boris is absolutely a problem.
Well, the Astros all but said it publicly that was the deal. David Samson, nothing personal with David Samson. He's live at 8 a.m. Eastern, Monday through Friday. And, well, then they replay him with his George Michael glasses at 10 a.m. on DraftKings. Miller and Moulton would like to thank the sponsors that, quite frankly, saved the show in 2024. Whether it was Floor Meisters, American Paint Supplies, Glass Doctor, Molly Maid, Cigar Bar, Sleep Treatment Direct, the Diamond District, and even the Cape Coral Police Department, thank you. We're hopeful of a great 2025, still needing sponsors, so reach out to Miller and Moulton via X, at Mark Miller or the David Moulton, or text us at 21,000. But Miller and Moulton says thank you to our sponsors and to you, our loyal listeners.
American Paint Supplies, for nearly 30 years, is your one-stop shop for all your coating needs. If you are a designer, a contractor, a professional painter, or a weekend warrior, American Paint Supplies is the place where experts go to get expert solutions. At 6100 Shirley Street in Naples off of Pine Ridge, American Paint Supplies delivers the best solutions with the best products with the best support. Meet Gene and his team today at American Paint Supplies. Call 239-566-2700. That's 566-2700, or online at AmericanPaintSupplies.net.
Gentlemen, as your wife mentioned getting new flooring, but you don't want to go through the hassle, well, go see the Floor Meisters in Naples next to Costco. They understand your time and money are important, so they'll make it as painless as possible. With a huge in-stock selection of carpet and Cortec, they can get you the floor your wife's been asking for. They carry wood, vinyl, carpet, and tile. If you do it yourself, no problem. They can handle that as well. So go see TJ at the Floor Meisters and tell them, just keeping it real.
Wine glasses never fall over until you get a brand new rug.
Oh, no!
Ketchup bottles act normal till you're wearing a new shirt.
Oh, you kidding me?
And rocks slide peacefully on the road till the day you get a brand new windshield. Then they fly up off the road and attack without mercy. That's why new windshields from Glass Doctor come with our windshield protection plan. Unlimited repairs and one replacement for 12 months. Don't just fix it, protect it. Glass Doctor, a neighborly company.
This is Miller and Moulton.
Well, Paula, that's tough to hear from you. All right, that would deflate me if I was Samson. So you find the glasses iffy?
They're horrible. He looked like a bug.
He did look like Bono. I thought he looked like he was about to get into the F1 car and take a few laps. I told him he should take another shot at his lady after she wakes up. I'll have to ask my mom if she liked him, because she loves Samson.
All right. When is the last time you made a friend? In the last 3 months? Or in the last 6 months, in the last year? How do you want to do these?
and then the last one be last decade.
Right.
Before the pandemic.
In the last 6 months, in the last year, in the last decade, I have enough friends. I got to go last decade. I haven't made a friend this year.
That's when I voted.
You know, I know it's politics and people would get ticked off. We can't do it, but I could have done a poll question. Are you okay getting rid of the penny?
We could do that. I think that's fair. It touches everybody. I mean, he's not the first one to propose the idea. So
no, Obama did the same thing.
Right. So Jeff and Iowa last millennia. Good to see Jeff in good spirits there in the Twitch chat room. Big Chiefs fan. Speaking of which, I got to reach out to somebody.
You're listening to Miller and Moulton. And now, here's Mark Miller and David Moulton.
21 minutes past the hour. Pat Kirwan to join us in about 40 minutes' time on Miller and Moulton. MillerandMoulton.com, Miller_Moulton on X. Mike Miller will join us a little more than an hour to talk all things college hoop because he works for the Field68.com. They cover college hoops thoroughly, daily, 24/7. They do a great job. They have a daily newsletter. Mike puts it out every day. You should get it if you're remotely into college hoops. The Field68.com. Outstanding. He'll join us in a little more than an hour. Today's National Make a Friend Day. It's also, National White T-Shirt Day, National Peppermint Patty Day, but it's National Make a Friend Day. And it got us thinking, when's the last time you made a friend?
And if you're like me, you have Biz Marquis, just a friend, playing inside your brain right now. And it'll probably be there most of the day.
Probably
listen to it after the show.
But when is the last time you made a friend? And obviously, we all define friend differently. Miller and Moulton have a criteria. It's not just someone that you get along well with at work. It's not someone in your kids' activities that you see out and about and you sit near in the stands and you talk and you get along well. That's being friendly.
No, a friend requires doing an activity with, breaking bread.
Going to a game together that doesn't involve your kids. Right. Going out. You want to go to the movies? Does anybody go to the movies anymore? Anyway, while we're at it, let's stop at the post office. But so there you go. When's the last time you made a friend? Miller and Moulton have come to the painful conclusion it was last decade.
Well, I put in the last decade, inside the last 10 years for me.
Right.
Yeah. It's probably in the last 2.5, but there was no qualifier for that. Our options are in the last 6 months, in the last year, in the last decade, or I have enough friends. And I took that last answer from a mutual friend of ours, David, who years ago, when we were all working in this building, he lived in a gated community that was in where he lived. He was not allowed to have a grill, but at the clubhouse or whatever, there were grills where you would go and cook your steaks, burgers, whatever. And he went over to cook steak for dinner and started chatting, or more accurately, the guy at the grill next to him started chatting with him. And even as he describes it, they had a pleasant conversation for the time that they were cooking. And when it finishes, the guy says to our friend, "Hey, how about I get your number and we do something?" And our friend turned and looked at him and said, "Yeah, I've got enough friends."
So you think you've made a friend post-pandemic?
Yeah.
Oh, that's good.
Yeah.
That's awesome. Wow.
I think that's around the time. Even I've done. In fact, there is a couple that the wife and I went and have had meals without the kids. We've done stuff at their house. They've been at our house with the kids.
Wow.
But we've broken bread with them without the kids.
Wow. I have no idea what that's like. None whatsoever. That is, I'm so jealous. That's amazing. You mean that's possible?
Barely.
Wow. Okay.
Barely. I think I could be in the market for friends when I'm done taxiing the daughter to all of her events. So I think I've got, another 6 years of the taxi service before I'm really going to be out there and have the ability to make a new friend, if that's at all possible.
Well, and by then you'll be in your 60s. So good luck with that. Okay. Yeah, I think I made a friend during the Obama administration. I think, but I have to admit during the commercial break, I'm going to have to figure out who. But okay. All right. So anyway, at that Mark Miller, at the David Moulton, Miller_Moulton on X. All right. Vote when's the last time you made a friend. You get to define what a friend is. So we hope you don't cheat. All right. Treat it like it's a Hall of Fame vote. We hear from you guys all the time. It's not the Hall of Very Good. Okay. Well, then in this case, it's not the Hall of,
Acquaintance.
Right. Hey, when I see them, we get along well. Are you friends? Yes or no? Now, I will admit, I keep saying breaking bread is a threshold to being a friend, which is funny because, I'll go eat with anybody. But also, I text a lot of people. Does texting mean you're friends?
No.
Okay. Well, just ask.
You are a texter, and that was my New Year's resolution, to be a better texter this year. I was started out gangbusters, and I have fallen off because I think most of the people don't want to hear from me. Like if I were just to send David Samson a random text on a Tuesday, I think he'd look at it like, why is this guy bothering me?
No. I think you'd be surprised. For some odd reason, he likes us. I don't know what it is. Okay. He said, wait till after he's done taping Nothing Personal. I'll bet you he texts you back.
Possibly. I don't know if I want to take that chance. Because then you send out the text and you get nothing back. And then you're like, what the hell?
You're like, I have enough friends. That's what he's saying to you.
Right. Who is
friends.
this guy? I've got enough friends.
Okay. All right. Fair enough. So that's our poll question. That Mark Miller, the David Moulton, Miller_Moulton on X. All right. Today's National Friend Day. When's the last time you made a friend? That's all. Do you sense amongst because you and I are hockey guys, people in our lives are hockey people. Do you sense that the hockey fan, forget actually getting someone else to watch this and pay attention to this? Do you sense anybody's paying attention? This Four Nations thing?
No, I don't. And, my son's the biggest hockey fan that I deal with, and he's excited about it. But he and I were talking. It's like, Saturday, we're a Red Wings fan watching the Wings and the Lightning. It's like, I don't get to watch the Red Wings for 2 weeks.
No,
this sucks.
So you don't think they can ever do both at the same time, right? Like
I know you want it. I don't think they would ever allow it. I mean, it's so NBA load management. Go pay money and the stars aren't there. I have troubles trying to sell that product to a fan base.
I will say, though, it's a fan base. Now, this is hockey. The sport that I want to try it in is baseball, the 2028 Summer Olympics. And, only miss a few games because we'll schedule our all-star break around it. And so they go play in the Olympics, and they may miss a few games. Well, hell, it's a 162-game season. What's 5 games? What's a week? It's a 26-week season. What's a week? But think about what it could do for the sport. Never mind your star player, what it could do.
But they couldn't do it in a week. It's 2 weeks. You have to at least grant that.
Yes, but what I mean is you have All-Star Week. Okay, so you're already not playing games most of that week, then also the following week. So, you miss a week's worth of games with your best player. Miller and Moulton. Miller and Moulton would like to thank the sponsors that, quite frankly, saved the show in 2024. Whether it was Floor Meisters, American Paint Supplies, Glass Doctor, Molly Maid, Cigar Bar, Sleep Treatment Direct, the Diamond District, and even the Cape Coral Police Department, thank you. We're hopeful of a great 2025, still needing sponsors, so reach out to Miller and Moulton via X at that Mark Miller or the David Moulton, or text us at 21,000. But Miller and Moulton says thank you to our sponsors and to you, our loyal listeners.
Mark Miller for Molly Maid. Why Molly Maid, you ask? Trust. Moulton was a customer for 15 years. Affordability. Didn't I just say Moulton was a customer for 15 years? Worry-free services. Our professional house cleaners are fully insured and a 24-hour warranty. Call Molly Maids today at 239-774-5839. That's 239-774-5839 or online at mollymaid.com/FTMYERS. That's mollymaid.com/FTMYERS.
Gentlemen, as your wife mentioned getting new flooring, but you don't want to go through the hassle, well, go see the Floor Meisters in Naples next to Costco. They understand your time and money are important, so they'll make it as painless as possible. With a huge in-stock selection of carpet and Cortec, they can get you the floor your wife's been asking for. They carry wood, vinyl, carpet, and tile. If you do it yourself, no problem. They can handle that as well. So go see TJ at the Floor Meisters and tell them, just keeping it real.
The Cape Coral Police Department is growing. They are currently looking for police officers and are offering a $10,000 signing bonus to newly hired officers. If you desire a career in law enforcement, or if you are already in law enforcement and thinking about making a move to a better agency, think Cape Coral Police Department. If you're looking for a police department that is committed to excellence, that invests in the highest level of training, state-of-the-art equipment, and some of the highest compensation in all of Southwest Florida, then the Cape Coral Police Department is for you. Visit capecops.com. That's capecops.com.
This is Miller and Moulton.
I don't know what you got here, but I've got Super Bowl odds for next year.
Go for it. Oh yeah, Andy, we'll both watch. It's on TNT and ESPN.
I'll watch every game, more than likely.
Yeah, tomorrow's on TNT and the U.S. on Thursdays on ESPN. I'm just curious, what are they going to do when they allow the Russians back in? What are the four nations going to be? Are they going to open it up? Mm-hmm.
So it's Wednesday, Thursday, Saturday,
Mm-hmm.
Monday, Thursday.
You're listening to Miller and Moulton. And now, here's Mark Miller and David Moulton.
22 minutes till Pat Kirwan joins us at the top of the hour. Mike Miller from the Field of 68. 1 hour from now to talk all things college hoops. Here on Miller and Moulton, millerandmoulton.com, Miller_Moulton on X. Our Swamp Buggy Races poll question. It's National Make a Friend Day. When's the last time you made a friend?
25% of our audience say they've made a friend in the last year.
Wow.
Congratulations.
Yeah. Well done.
6% of you say you have enough friends. Well done. Well done by you.
That Mark Miller, the David Moulton, Miller_Moulton on X.
Let's make the show a little backwards because Pat's going to join us at 8 o'clock and we'll look back on the Super Bowl. But before we look back, can we look ahead?
Okay.
I've got odds for next year's Super Bowl champ. Philadelphia is the odds-on favorite to repeat. Plus 650 or 6.5 to 1. Baltimore is next. Kansas City and Buffalo, 7.5 to 1. Detroit, 8.5 to 1. Those are the only teams in single digits. San Francisco is next. Then a group of teams at 20 to 1, including Washington, Green Bay, and Cincinnati.
Green Bay one interests me.
Couple of others here that interest me, David. Tampa Bay at 40 to 1. Same odds as the Chicago Bears.
I know what you're hinting at there. You know, Bucks have an easier road because they're in an easier division, and Bucks have had 5 straight winning seasons and, 5 straight playoff appearances, and they should be held in higher regard than the Bears.
And, well, not just the Bears. I think than a lot of teams. I don't think there's much of a difference between Denver and Tampa Bay, and yet Denver has better odds to win the Super Bowl. Minnesota has better odds to win the Super Bowl than the Tampa Bay Buccaneers.
Well, I will say, what are the Vikings odds if you're looking at, just taking a flyer?
30 to 1.
Think about that. Get a team that won 14 games the next year at 30 to 1. I mean, on paper, let's not get into specifics, but on paper, that's good value. Wouldn't you agree?
Yes. I think Tampa's great value, though, at 40 to 1. Great value.
Okay.
Miami's 50 to 1. The Jags are 100 to 1. Only 7 teams in the league have worse odds than the Jags to win the Super Bowl. Two teams tie for the worst odds to win the Super Bowl, David. One of them, your Giants.
Oh, yes, and they've earned it. They've earned it. Absolutely. Still hoping the general manager gets fired. Wondering what Saquon and the Eagles have to do in order to get Joe Shane fired.
Couple of ones that interested me as well. The Pittsburgh Steelers are in the final third of odds, 80 to 1 for the Steelers.
It's tough to pick someone in the AFC to break through. I mean it is.
I got you, but 80 to 1 for a team that last had a losing record when?
20 years ago. Over 20 years ago.
It just seems to me, and I know it's not for a winning record or making the playoffs, but the Jets and the Steelers have the same odds to win the Super Bowl. That seems a little off to me. Now, if you're a believer that the Cowboys, with everybody healthy, can turn things around and the whole NFC East is won by someone different every year, the Cowboys are 66 to 1. Seattle, Atlanta, Miami, the Bears all have better odds than the Cowboys. The two LA teams are both 22-1. Cincinnati's 20-1.
Well, here's part of the problem for me putting money on an AFC team. You have to be convinced, in my opinion, that the Chiefs are going to take a step backwards, because you got to get them out of the AFC Championship game. For me, if I'm going to put money on an AFC team, because they're blocking. I mean, if you think about during this run, they've been in 7 straight AFC Championship games. And I may get this wrong because I'm going off the top of my head. But just during this Chiefs run, they played the Patriots, they played the Titans, they've played the Bills, they've played the Bengals, they've played the Ravens. Right? So Patriots, Titans, Bills, Bengals, Ravens in the 7 years. I mean, to me, if you're going to take a flyer on somebody in the AFC, don't you have to get Kansas City out of the way? I mean, you got to open the AFC Championship game up, don't you?
Right, and Baltimore has better odds than KC to win the Super Bowl, at least out of the opening lines. Buffalo, the same odds as Kansas City.
So the Tampa Bay odds intrigue you. The Packers odds intrigue me, because I also think Green Bay is going to be aggressive. And I know Packers fans have already contacted me because I indicated that last week and I've indicated it yesterday. And they're like, yeah, that's not what we do. I go, I know. I go, until you do it. I go, you never did anything until you got Reggie White. And then you never did anything until you got Charles Woodson. I go, you guys will step in. You will cannonball into the deep end. You just do it very rarely.
Do you think San Francisco's year this past year was a blip because of injuries? Or do you think that team's on the decline because they have the 6th best odds to win the Super Bowl? They're 13-1. Yeah. Only Detroit, Buffalo, Kansas City, Baltimore, and Philadelphia have better odds. I think the Niners are overvalued by a long shot on this one, David.
I agree with you. First off, we thought a year ago at this time that the Niners window was pretty small. Well, 1 year of that window just came and went. So how big do we think this window is? Secondly, they got roster cap issues. They do. And by the way, the owner's not helping his cause, coming out and basically saying, we'll do whatever we have to do to sign Brock Purdy. His agent's like, keep talking. That's fantastic. I'm asking right now, by the way, Purdy, because he's outperformed his contract, there's a couple of rules and clauses. So I know he was only supposed to make around $1 million this year, but Purdy's actually going to make like $5 million this year, even though he's a 7th round pick and it's the final year of his rookie deal. So the Niners, by the way, will have gotten 4 years out of Brock Purdy for a total of $8 million. It's going to be a long time since somebody gives a team better value than that, right? I mean, that's going to go down as name a better draft pick from a value standpoint than what the Niners are going to get if Brock Purdy can just stay healthy this year. He will have given them 4 years for a total of $8 million.
Yeah, probably not since that pick 199 has there been value like this.
Exactly. Right.
Now, what I find interesting is just how bad the odds makers think the AFC South is. Because Houston's 25-1. Indianapolis and Jacksonville are each 100-1. Tennessee is 200-1.
I will say it's to win the Super Bowl, though.
I know.
So even if you have like the season that the Commanders had, hey, that's great. They still got blown out in the NFC title game. I mean,
Right, but you're hedging by the time that gets the NFC championship game, and you're going to win some money if you know how to gamble.
Okay.
So I just thought it was interesting. I think San Francisco's overinflated by a long shot. I'm stunned by Pittsburgh's number. And I don't think Pittsburgh's going to win a Super Bowl, but people bet the Steelers. They have a huge fan base. To be at 80-1 is surprising to me.
How about this? Minnesota went from 7 to 14 wins. The Commanders went from, what was it, 4 to 12? Right. Okay. Is there a team out there that you're willing to hedge right now is going to have that big of a turnaround? 2 years ago, it was Houston going from 3 to 10 and winning their division. The year before that, it was Jacksonville going from 2 to 9 and winning their division. Is there a team right now that you're willing to say, listen, I'm not going to bet them to win the Super Bowl. I don't even think they can do what the Commanders did and get to the conference title game. Here's the thing. If you go back, 3 years? The Lions missed the playoffs, but they won 9 games. So 2 years ago, they went from 9 to 12. Yeah, they went to the NFC title game, but they ended the year by winning 8 of their last 10 games. I mean, we were all on the Lions train entering 2023.
San Francisco with 6 wins would kind of be at the top of the pile you're talking about. The Bears, Carolina, the Saints all had 5 with the Jets.
Well,
the Jags, Patriots, Raiders had 4. Cleveland, the Giants, and Tennessee had 3.
I think there's 2 teams, and I don't know if you mentioned them in this little go-around. Also, Mark, I'm a little biased. I think it's tougher to pick that team in the AFC. I think that the top of the AFC is tougher to go through. I think the top of the NFC is Swiss cheese. I think there's holes there. I would look at the NFC if you're going to have somebody make a big move year to year. Dallas, Chicago. I mean, hey, listen. I know, laugh, mock. Come on. Miller and Moulton were as high on the Commanders as just about anybody in the country. And I don't think either one of us had them above 500, but we thought they'd get to 8. Just Minnesota. I think we both have Minnesota going 5-12.
Exactly.
They won 14. None of us saw this stuff coming. None of us saw Houston going from 3 to 10 2 years ago. So, you got to open your mind to thinking.
Texter says maybe the Panthers, young players playing better, and that division. Look at Carolina. I don't think that that's a crazy text. I think that's a smart text right there when you start looking at these teams. What division are they in? Couple of years under the same coach. They started to build something towards the end of this year.
Yes,
they do get to play the Saints twice. They do get to play Atlanta and Tampa. They're not necessarily killers.
Bryce Young, second half of the year last year, looked like he was a solid NFL starting quarterback. Yes, he did. That's an interesting forecast right there. I mean, that would kind of fall in the line with a Commanders-Texans type turnaround, right?
Absolutely. And if I were to take an AFC team based on your criteria, wouldn't you have to look at Jacksonville?
How much of a flyer are you willing to take? And obviously this is on spec because they don't have their quarterback yet. Are you willing to take a flyer on the Jets?
No.
Okay, that roster's got talent. Real talent. Their top 10 players are very good.
Who's their quarterback going to be?
I understand that, but that's why you're taking it on spec. But you're asking this on February 11th. I mean, free
Oh,
agency
no.
is to start for 5 weeks. Never mind the draft. I mean, this is a total flying blind thing here. I mean, it's a lot easier to do this in May.
But just some odds on the Super Bowl for next year as we take a little time to look ahead. When we come back, we will look back at Super Bowl 59 with Pat Kirwan from NFL's Moving the Chains and CBS's The NFL Today Show. He's next on Miller and Moulton.
Miller and Moulton would like to thank the sponsors that, quite frankly, saved the show in 2024. Whether it was Floor Meisters, American Paint Supplies, Glass Doctor, Molly Maid, Cigar Bar, Sleep Treatment Direct, the Diamond District, and even the Cape Coral Police Department, thank you. We're hopeful of a great 2025, still needing sponsors, so reach out to Miller and Moulton via X at that Mark Miller or the David Moulton, or text us at 21,000. But Miller and Moulton says thank you to our sponsors and to you, our loyal listeners.
American Paint Supplies, for nearly 30 years, is your one-stop shop for all your coating needs. If you are a designer, a contractor, a professional painter, or a weekend warrior, American Paint Supplies is the place where experts go to get expert solutions. At 6100 Shirley Street in Naples off of Pine Ridge, American Paint Supplies delivers the best solutions with the best products with the best support. Meet Gene and his team today at American Paint Supplies. Call 239-566-2700. That's 566-2700 or online at AmericanPaintSupplies.net. The Cape Coral Police Department is growing. They are currently looking for police officers and are offering a $10,000 signing bonus to newly hired officers. If you desire a career in law enforcement, or if you are already in law enforcement and thinking about making a move to a better agency, think Cape Coral Police Department. If you're looking for a police department that is committed to excellence, that invests in the highest level of training, state-of-the-art equipment, and some of the highest compensation in all of Southwest Florida, then the Cape Coral Police Department is for you. Visit capecops.com. That's capecops.com.
Gentlemen, as your wife mentioned getting new flooring, but you don't want to go through the hassle, well, go see the Floor Meisters in Naples next to Costco. They understand your time and money are important, so they'll make it as painless as possible. With a huge in-stock selection of carpet and Cortec, they can get you the floor your wife's been asking for. They carry wood, vinyl, carpet, and tile. If you do it yourself, no problem. They can handle that as well. So go see TJ at the Floor Meisters and tell them, just keeping it real.
Honey, you want to come out? I haven't seen you since Glass Doctor installed our custom shower enclosure.
No thanks.
Well, you can't keep eating breakfast in the shower, and laminating your magazines is getting expensive. You remember we have guests coming over tonight, right?
Oh, I'm sure they'd love to see the shower.
It's our neighbors, and I highly doubt they want to be hanging out in our bathroom.
The shower's so good, you'll never want to leave. Visit glassdoctor.com today and schedule an appointment online.
Is snoring bothering your spouse? Would you like to sleep in the same bed again? Do you know that snoring can affect your sleep cycle and cause lower testosterone levels? At Sleep Treatment Direct, we have easy solutions. We have a simple laser procedure that can improve snoring in 10 minutes. If you would like to get back in the same bed or are looking for a natural way to treat low testosterone, give us a call at 239-444-1741. That's 239-444-1741. Or go to sleeptreatmentdirect.com. That's sleeptreatmentdirect.com. Sleep Treatment Direct. Sleep safe and sound.
This is Miller and Moulton.
Hello, Mark. Oh, you got your headset.
Morning, Pat.
How are you, my friend?
How are you?
I'm good. I'm listening to you guys talk about odds of winning the Super Bowl. So,
killing segments until next football season, Pat.
yeah, you want to join my job? It's always football season.
I know.
Never ends.
I know. I'm going to start getting you to have lunch with me once a week before your show so I can just start going through free agent crap with you.
Yeah, I'm just starting. I really started this morning and yesterday. I started a little outline of my schedule. So first things first, the free agent quarterbacks, and then the top 10 teams in the draft. Try to do those basically back and forth. Not going to go past the top 10 teams in the draft until I take a good look at their rosters and free agents and all that stuff. How many guys need a quarterback? That'll be 5 in the top 10. So then you go to free agency and go to the quarterbacks, and then I'll go. The next thing I'll do is left tackles and the next 10 in the draft and all that stuff. Kind of crazy, but that's the way it is.
5 in the top 10 or 6 in the top 10? Tennessee needs a quarterback.
I have Tennessee, Cleveland, the
Giants,
the Raiders,
the Jets, New Orleans.
No, they don't. They won't take a first rounder. They'll get by with their guy for a year. First off, these 5 aren't getting quarterbacks in the draft. That's
right.
And so if you look at free agency, which is how I'm doing this, I think you can't look at these guys and say there's more than 2 starters. You could, if you want to throw Rodgers in there, go ahead. But so where are these 5 quarterbacks coming from? There's not 5. I mean, I talked to Daboll about this. He said there's no chance there's 5 quarterbacks that could start next year between the draft and free agency, unless you want to lose like we did. He was pretty funny about it. How you doing there, David?
Good. How are you feeling?
Still sick. Just not going away. But I can do the show, and as long as I have water and cough medicine near me, I can keep rolling. Actually, yesterday was almost the whole day without having to take anything, so that was maybe the sign it's getting better.
You do sound better.
I do feel better.
You sound a lot better.
Yeah. It was bad, and Mobile was really bad. But wasn't Kansas City the odds-on favorite to win the Super Bowl pick last year on this day?
Yes.
What did that tell us?
I think they were going to be the odds-on choice to win next year's Super Bowl Sunday afternoon.
I think, yeah, right before the start of the second quarter. 3 sacks in 4 plays, an interception. This is the exact same problem as the Tampa Bay loss.
Totally. It was the same game. I thought Brady would reference it right away. And Burkhardt had to lead him there.
Yeah.
It was the same game.
Yep. Same game.
By the way, look how...
You're listening to Miller and Moulton, coming at you from the Floor Meister Studios. Floor Meisters, keeping it real. And now, here's Mark Miller and David Moulton.
Joined by our good friend, Pat Kirwan. He of NFL Radio's Moving the Chains, CBS's NFL Today show. We make that point because today is National, Make a Friend Day. And so we're asking you in our poll question, when's the last time you made a friend? Well, we made one with Pat Kirwan many years ago. He joins us once again courtesy of Pinchers. Pinchers, Tampa to Key West, all points in between. Pinchers, where you can't fake fresh. Pat joining us on the American Paint Supplies Hotline, your one-stop shop for all your coating needs. Back from New Orleans. Hope you're feeling better. How are you?
Yeah, I am feeling better. I don't feel perfect yet by any means, but I am better, and I'm able to do a show without drinking a bottle of cough medicine. So how's that? How's that for an update?
Get you back in Florida with those 80-degree temperatures. That's what cures you, Pat. A little bit of sunshine.
I'm here now, and I'm feeling better. So the game is over, and for me, the more intense season starts today. Basically, yesterday was review the Super Bowl, and we'll move on to free agency and the draft, which is going to take the rest of the year to get ready for that thing.
Before we do that, let's look back, because you've not looked back on it with us. When did you know in watching the game that Philadelphia was going to dominate? When was it first apparent to you?
The second quarter, when there was a sack by Sweat. The next play was 2nd and 14, a sack by Carter. The next play is an interception, Cooper DeJean. And when they come back on the field for the next series, they get a sack right away by Williams. And that's when I think most of us realize this is the Tampa Bay Super Bowl all over again. I think Vic Fangio was prepared to blitz, but realized we can beat these guys with a 4-man rush, and that's what we're going to do until they show us we can't. And he never blitzed once in the game. I'd have to go way back and watch an awful lot of film to find a game that never called a blitz by anybody.
Well, I thought I heard a stat that they think it's only happened like 4 other times since the merger. I mean, that's how rare that was. Pat, do you think, because obviously, I mean, there are very few of us who saw this domination happening. So what is it that we missed? What I thought I was seeing was, I think the turf's making a real difference here, that the Chiefs playing on that slower Arrowhead surface. It's kind of like when you can get the Packers from a certain day at a Lambeau. It's like, ooh, they're not that fast. I thought the Eagles' speed really gave the Chiefs a problem.
Well, the Chiefs don't have tackles, and they have good pass rushers. Sweat, made a lot of money beating up on our friend Jawan Taylor, who was bad last year, who they couldn't replace because of contractual issues and finding tackle talent. And then they had to move Tooney out to left tackle. And I think Vic looked at this and said, we'll get there with our 4-man rush. And that meant 7 in coverage. And I've watched a lot of Kansas City games. The Kansas City loss to the Bengals in the championship game a couple years ago, Lou Anarumo at halftime went to a 3-man rush and 8 in coverage, and Mahomes couldn't find anybody open and held the ball, and their 3-man rush was banging the living daylights out of them. So I think I've seen this story before when Kansas City has to hide tackles. Now, I take nothing away from Philly. They whipped them, and they also proved the other thing. They could win with a second dimension offense. You want to overplay the running back and tackle him, which they did. They can beat you other ways with the running of the quarterback and some throwing by the quarterback. But it was really because the 4-man rush destroyed them. So it's about matchups. This is right to you, Mark. The whole time I'm watching the game, I'm thinking, now this can't happen because these two teams can't be in a Super Bowl. But Detroit has tackles. Detroit would not lose to a 4-man rush. There is no way. But the 4-man rush was beating up Kansas City.
Well, and Pat, we talked about it a lot yesterday. You know, they kept Mahomes, they kept the 4-man rush, but they kind of kept Mahomes in the pocket. They didn't let him escape. They just bull rushed those tackles and pushed the pocket back into Mahomes and never allowed him to have the escape lanes that he has typically had in many other instances when there's been a pass rush against him.
Well, I talked to a lot of the Eagle players, and I certainly spent enough time with Mahomes. Mahomes, I said to him, you're well known for running the ball in postseason. You had 11 carries the game before this. Well, the Eagle players I talked to were very much aware of it too. And where's his escape lane? It's usually out of B gap and a slide and then a throw or a run. They would not give him any of the B gap stuff. And I think the big tackles, and the other thing was they were rotating their tackles. When Williams, that Moulton's going to get some money too off this game, and they won't be able to afford to keep him. But you're right. They clogged up the escape. He only ran 4 times, and basically he was trying to run when he was getting sacked. He was trying to get out of there. And I thought Brady did a good job pretty quickly about analyzing his feet. And you could tell that he was in panic mode immediately. And so the rest of it just happened. And then, of course, no rhythm. Our friend Kelsey drops the first 2 that come to him. And now there's no way to get even a first down. And this is important, but I don't hear it enough. Go look at the long field that Kansas City had to play on. They started 4 drives inside their 16-yard line. That never happened to Philly. Philly played on a short field. They got possessions in Kansas City territory, I think 4 or 5 times. So you get a short field for Philadelphia, a long field for Kansas City, and no protection. And you're going to get turnovers and sacks.
Last time this happened to the Chiefs, Pat, they didn't sugarcoat it. They went out and got a Pro Bowl tackle, a Pro Bowl guard. They drafted a center. They addressed their offensive line when Tampa whooped them 4 years ago in the Super Bowl. Now, 4 years later, the different cap issues, they had to get rid of Tyreek a year later after making those moves to fortify the offensive line. Just curious, can the Chiefs contractually be as aggressive this offseason addressing their deficiency at wide receiver and offensive tackle?
Well, the wide receiver thing's easy for them. They can get veteran players that come in and be part of this. Juju's free, but they could bring him back cheap. Hopkins is free. That's not their problem. The problem is it's a weak draft class at left tackle, which is the problem number one. And number two, you go look at the free agent list. I already did. Ronnie Stanley, Jedrick Wills, that's it. And then you're starting to look at guys that are 35 years old, and you'll look like the Jet offensive line with two senior citizens that couldn't play and stay healthy. So I don't know where they're going to get them from, and that's the problem. Look, they bet on taking the BYU kid, Suamatia. He flopped. They ran and scrambled to get Humphreys. He got hurt right away. So they've tried, but I don't know where. That's the $1 million question. I know one thing that's a fact. Not one team in the NFL is going to trade a left tackle. Someone's going to say the Robinson kid who went up and helped Minnesota out, and they may not need him, and he's a free agent. I get it. But I don't know. Now, if the question becomes, can they find something better than what they have? Yes. Can they find something good enough? No. I think they're going to land up just like they did with Donovan Smith and the guy they got to get rid of now, Mr. Taylor.
So you don't think there's like a Laramie Tunsil trade they can make where they could just call somebody who and say, listen, come on, you're not going to pay this guy $5 for $150 a year from now. Why don't you we'll give you 2 1s and let's do the deal now.
No, I don't think so. Look, the Tunsil deal turned out to be one of the biggest mistakes Miami ever made, and they made it. So remember, we're talking about the top of the draft now because the free agent class is not good, and I don't think anyone's trading away a starting left tackle. Not when the draft is this week. Now, would I trade a left tackle if I was taking one at somewhere in the top 5 or 6 picks of the draft, like there was a Jonathan Ogden player? Yeah. I mean, I like the LSU tackle, but I think he's probably a second rounder, Jones. But it's the worst year to have the problems they have.
They've neglected the offensive line in the draft, too. If I'm looking right, they've taken 2 offensive linemen in the first 3 rounds in the last 5 years. So this is not, when the opportunity's been there to build up their offensive line, they haven't done it, Pat.
Well, the head coach is an old O-line coach, and he has developed players before. Now, if you go all the way back to his Philly days, what was the first thing he did after a bad postseason? He went and got the tackle from Tennessee, who ended up being a great player for him. But I don't think that's going to happen. Not when I see how many teams need tackles. I mean, I could see Cleveland skipping quarterback and taking a left tackle. I could see New England taking a left tackle in the first round. Guards and centers, good luck a little later. There'll be some of those guys, but they don't have a left tackle, and they have a quarterback that needs to be protected.
Very quick, got a couple minutes before we take our first break. When you look at the Eagles, their cap situation, their impending free agents, what kind of situation are they in?
Yeah, well, for starters, let's focus on their defense because Sweat's free, Zach Bond's free, who they'll get back. Burks, they don't think they really care about that too much. He was a replacement part for Nakobe Dean anyway, and Dean will be back. Zach Bond will take a deal from them. He is as happy as could be to be an Eagle. Sweat's an issue, and so that's going to be one problem for them. On the offense, it's just Becton. They're in pretty good shape. Becton is, you can live without Becton if you want to. Nice job, came back, all that stuff. They got a lot out of him. He might stay anyway, but they don't really have problems. The real problems are over in Kansas City on defense. They got 3 starters. Wharton's a factor, Bolton's a huge factor, and Reed's a huge factor. They're all free. While we're trying to get enough money to get a left tackle, they got 3 starters on defense. And I think that 3 of us will agree that for the last 2 years, the Kansas City defense has held things together.
100%, Pat. 100%. And Kansas City looks like they're, at that spot where it will be interesting to see if they can continue to keep this up, because they're going to have to work hard in free agency. They're going to have to find some players in the draft, because the holes are starting to accumulate on a roster that has been damn good for a long time.
Yeah, I totally agree. And I think it's up to David to tell us which AFC West team is going to now knock them down.
Well, the Broncos and Chargers both have a lot of money, and they're both poised. And I think the offseason, whichever one has a better one, could be poised to take over. More with Pat Kirwan on the other side, Miller and Moulton. Miller and Moulton would like to thank the sponsors that, quite frankly, saved the show in 2024. Whether it was Floor Meisters, American Paint Supplies, Glass Doctor, Molly Maid, Cigar Bar, Sleep Treatment Direct, the Diamond District, and even the Cape Coral Police Department, thank you. We're hopeful of a great 2025, still needing sponsors, so reach out to Miller and Moulton via X at that Mark Miller or the David Moulton, or text us at 21,000. But Miller and Moulton says thank you to our sponsors and to you, our loyal listeners.
Defining a new era in men's health. Get stronger and healthier at Game Day Men's Health. With our in-house laboratory, get in, get treated, and get back to your passion and purpose. Call 239-427-3441 for our Bonita Springs or Naples location to set up your free testosterone test and consultation. Mention Miller Moulton Radio Show for a 10% discount on your service. Start living your best with Game Day Men's Health, Bonita Springs and Naples. Call 239-427-3441 today.
American Paint Supplies, for nearly 30 years, is your one-stop shop for all your coating needs. If you are a designer, a contractor, a professional painter, or a weekend warrior, American Paint Supplies is the place where experts go to get expert solutions. At 6100 Shirley Street in Naples off of Pine Ridge, American Paint Supplies delivers the best solutions with the best products with the best support. Meet Gene and his team today at American Paint Supplies. Call 239-566-2700. That's 566-2700, or online at AmericanPaintSupplies.net.
Gentlemen, as your wife mentioned getting new flooring, but you don't want to go through the hassle, well, go see the Floor Meisters in Naples next to Costco. They understand your time and money are important, so they'll make it as painless as possible. With a huge in-stock selection of carpet and Cortec, they can get you the floor your wife's been asking for. They carry wood, vinyl, carpet, and tile. If you do it yourself, no problem. They can handle that as well. So go see TJ at the Floor Meisters and tell them, just keeping it real.
This is Miller and Moulton.
All right. No, I forgot to mention Trey Smith's out of contract. That's another disaster. Ba-ba-bum-bum. Everything going all right, fellas?
Not bad. Not bad. We're surviving.
Good. I saw John the other night at the hockey game.
Oh, did you?
And then we were in the middle of a conversation when his little guy was trying to run and play tag or something. So he had to go. And then he called me Sunday. We talked for a while. It was great.
His kids love those games.
Oh, God. Yeah, they do. Yep. It's his face is great when you see him watching his kids. I said, you're going to end up spending a lot of money on hockey. I can see it coming.
Oh, my goodness. It's already happening.
Yep.
Hey, did you get anything in the mail?
Nothing.
Okay. I'll hand deliver them to you next week.
No, don't you worry about it.
Well, no, I have to come to town to broadcast the game, so I'll.
Oh,
pick
you
them up.
where's at Florida Gulf Coast
Yeah.
and Jacksonville?
Yep.
What day of the week is that?
It's a Tuesday.
I might come and just listen to you.
Well,
do your
I think
thing.
unfortunately for the game's I think is starting at 6:30. So by the time you get there, it'll be halftime, and
Yeah.
but
Are you enjoying it?
oh no, I love play-by-play. I would quit everything and do play-by-play if I ever had the opportunity. But no, I love it.
So memory lane coming into Florida Gulf Coast.
Yeah, I did it last year, and
I remember.
it wasn't good memory lane. It ended very badly for me there.
Why?
Because
I
they
didn't know
didn't
that.
hire me, Pat. I gave them 20 years. I carried a lot of effing water for them. Okay. And when I needed them, they didn't hire me. I need benefits. Okay.
Yeah.
If they had hired me, I wouldn't have had to move.
Well, now I'm pissed at them too. I didn't know that.
Okay.
part.
So no, it didn't end well. And they should have hired me years ago. Should have hired Mark years ago.
Who calls the shots over there?
Well, there's
New
different
AD now.
but could have made them a lot of money. And God knows they needed it.
I see their golfers occasionally. They look like they're pretty good kids. They got an
Well-
Englishman.
Well, the one kid just made the PGA Tour. A kid who played 2 years there, and he got his tour card, and he just missed the cut this week, but he had made his first 3 cuts. I think he's made close to 200,000 already this year.
Good.
Yeah.
The kids that I see here, there's an English kid who said he's got to go back to make it in England. He didn't think he could make the cut here, but it was a good enough play. One of my buddies played with one of the girls from the girls team. I think what was her name? He said she played from the threes, Mark, and she outdrove him by 60 yards on every tee shot.
Welcome back to Miller and Moulton. Text the guys what's in your mind at 21,000. That's 21000. And now, here's David Moulton.
21 minutes past the hour. Our remaining moments with Pat Kirwan. NFL Radio's Moving the Chain, CBS's NFL Today show. He joins us like 75 times a year, courtesy of Pinchers from Tampa to Key West, all points in between. Pinchers, where you can't fake fresh. And he and all our guests join us on the American Paint Supplies Hotline, your one-stop shop for all your coating needs. Hey, it's a copycat league. Team just won the Super Bowl with a second-round pick who was a bit of a project at quarterback. But the dimension that he brought, which seems to be a dimension that people now want to get their hands on, is the ability to run, get those 2 or 3 first downs a game, etc. How much is Jalen Hurts' success going to change how teams operate at that position going forward?
Well, he's a bit of an outlier. He's a big power runner, and he was just okay when he didn't have Saquon. You saw the limitations. You knew that he really, week after week, wasn't going to win by throwing the ball. He's still a little bit inaccurate, but running with the football, well, Jaden Daniels, he runs with the football. Josh Allen runs with the football. Mahomes would love to run with the football. So, yeah, the running quarterbacks surfaced in the Final Four, guys, really. Outside of Goff, most of these guys are athletic enough to move around. But I think you really have to build a supporting cast. In the reverse of Mahomes, where Mahomes can take receivers, as can Josh Allen, and make it happen. And let's not forget Lamar as well. But yeah, I think everyone's looking for that kind of guy. But they don't want to run as much as everyone thinks. They want to be able to run when they have to run. I heard you guys talking about taking some flyers on Super Bowl champs. I'll be taking one on Washington next year. Who knows Philly, who beat Philly once already. They know how to play them. They line up with them pretty good. And there's a guy named Jaden Daniels. So I take a flyer on them, and I'll take a flyer on Cincinnati if they get 2 defensive tackles.
You know, when David asked that question about the quarterback and running, I immediately thought of Cincinnati because he doesn't run. And in order to change that narrative, isn't a drop back passer going to have to win a Super Bowl here?
Yeah, they've won most of the Super Bowls for starters, but we're in a different era now, and there's less and less drop back guys. There's just less of them. And the colleges are trying to win college games, so they're looking for athletes that can run around. The other side of the run around quarterback is you land up with the Richardsons of the world. And then you start to realize, wait a second here. He's not developing as a passer. He's just, a thrower, which is a big difference, passing and throwing. Yeah, I think, the drafts, I was at Senior Bowl. What did I see? I like the kid from Mississippi. He's got a little athleticism to him. He's not a runner, but he kind of runs like Mahomes runs. Scoots around, gets free once in a while. I think it's going to be hard for these coaches. We all know the teams: Tennessee, Cleveland, the Giants, the Jets, the Raiders. They all going to get a runaround quarterback? I doubt it.
Well, listen, we've talked about this for years. There oftentimes is not enough quarterbacks to go around between the draft and free agency. This year, it seems blatantly obvious. But do you think there's anything to the trading Stafford rumors that are out there, and if a team's willing to take on Kupp's contract with him, because help me out here. They trade Stafford. Who themp's their quarterback?
Yeah, well, I'd be interested in thinking Sam Darnold might show up there. A lot of guys would like to play for that coach, McVay. So I don't think I'd trade for Stafford. I love Stafford, but I don't trust him to retire on me. What am I going to give you for him if I can't get a 5-year locked up deal that he's going to play? So I think the risk with him is that he might just walk away.
Yeah, but Pat, there are coaches and GMs who they're going to be gone in 10 months if they don't do something here. I mean, Pittsburgh needs a quarterback now. The Giants need a quarterback now. If Stafford's only got 2 to 3 years left, well, hell, some of these coaches and GMs only have 2 to 3 years left.
Yeah, no, I didn't say 2 to 3. I'm talking about 0 to 1.
Oh, gotcha.
You want to play 3 years, I'm good to go. I might get a contract extension before you retire, but I'm talking about a guy that might just walk away. And he's not going to go to a team that he doesn't want to go to. That's the next thing. He might just retire because you did a deal with the Giants and he doesn't want to go there.
Aaron Rodgers, where do you see him playing next year, if at all?
That's a great question. I think it might be not playing, but we'll hear all the nonsense that's out there. No, you can write speculation articles all you want because you don't have to prove anything. Do I think that guy is the Steeler type of quarterback? Absolutely not.
Is there a but?
No.
Okay. Because that's where I see him going if he wants to play next year on a team that's above 500. Because I don't think that there's a team above 500 that will approach him except the Steelers after they lose Russell Wilson to the Raiders.
Yeah, that's going to happen. If they want it to happen, they might be trying for something else. But I don't know. There's a lot of guys aren't real excited about Rodgers' weekly habits on TV and radio shows. He's nice in the locker room. Everyone likes him, but he's also out broadcasting himself, and that bothers coaches. And you don't see a lot of Steelers out doing stuff like that.
No, you do not. And I can't see them making concessions for one player. Pat, can you?
Nope. I made a no, and there was no but. And you let me stand there quietly and waste some of our radio time.
Well, it was an awesome Jim Rome poignant pause, I thought. I thought it was very poignant.
I like Jim Rome a lot, but I don't think our styles are close. Plus, I would have punched the guy back if he hit me. If we could. Mr. Everett.
We got a couple minutes. Is there anything about the Hall of Fame that surprised you? We were shocked that they only elected 3 because we feel there's a log jam.
Yeah.
And I was just curious, also usually when those veteran committees push people forward, they usually the maximum number get in. Instead, only 1 out of 3 got in. Did anything surprise you?
Yeah, because I was involved with the coach committee, and I don't like that we are creating another logjam at almost every area now. Contributors, coaches, and you start thinking about it. I thought Holmgren would get in. He didn't. Belichick is up next year, so Holmgren and our friends that were in Denver, there's a couple of coaches I think are qualifiers. Marty may never get in. And he's done an awful lot. So I don't like the logjam at the coach part of it. And I do think that they dropped the ball, honestly, because they didn't put enough people in. I'm with you guys.
I mean, think about the coaches, Mark. You got Shanahan after Holmgren. You've got Tom Coughlin, Dan Reeves, Marty Schottenheimer. Obviously, Belichick next year is a dunk.
But you gave that list of first-year players next year. Then you start adding the Elis and the Vinatieri's and the Suggs and all those receivers. What?
Right.
Kuechly. I was stunned, Pat, that they only put 3 in.
Yeah. I'm disappointed because I look at the other end of it, which is what you guys are doing. You're looking at the guys that aren't going to get in now for a while, if at all. Because the logjam, once it starts, it just keeps piling up.
Right.
They said they're not going to do another.
They're not going to do another big one. Yeah. And I wish they would do that once every 10 years.
Yes. I think they'll need one more in 2030. I really do. Because they're creating their own logjam.
Right. And I think if Roger would step up to the plate on that subject and say, we're going to do another big group. And 30 sounds like the right time. But because I was on those committees, I got a chance to see how worthy some guys are, and they're not getting in.
Pat Kirwan, kind enough to join us once again here on Miller and Moulton. Miller and Moulton would like to thank the sponsors that, quite frankly, saved the show in 2024. Whether it was Floor Meisters, American Paint Supplies, Glass Doctor, Molly Maid, Cigar Bar, Sleep Treatment Direct, the Diamond District, and even the Cape Coral Police Department, thank you. We're hopeful of a great 2025, still needing sponsors, so reach out to Miller and Moulton via X at that Mark Miller or the David Moulton, or text us at 21,000. But Miller and Moulton says thank you to our sponsors and to you, our loyal listeners.
Do you have a sleep problem but don't want to wear a CPAP mask? This is Mark Miller for Sleep Treatment Direct. The mask wasn't working for me, and I didn't think I had an alternative. I do. We all do. They have such simple alternatives with greater success than the mask. Visit sleeptreatmentdirect.com. That's sleeptreatmentdirect.com. And if you are like me and your CPAP machine isn't working for you, it's time for a change. Call 239-444-1741. That's 239-444-1741. Sleep Treatment Direct. Sleep safe and sound. American Paint Supplies, for nearly 30 years, is your one-stop shop for all your coating needs. If you are a designer, a contractor, a professional painter, or a weekend warrior, American Paint Supplies is the place where experts go to get expert solutions. At 6100 Shirley Street in Naples off of Pine Ridge, American Paint Supplies delivers the best solutions with the best products with the best support. Meet Gene and his team today at American Paint Supplies. Call 239-566-2700. That's 566-2700 or online at AmericanPaintSupplies.net.
Mark Miller for Molly Maid. Why Molly Maid, you ask? Trust. Moulton was a customer for 15 years. Affordability. Didn't I just say Moulton was a customer for 15 years? Worry-free services. Our professional house cleaners are fully insured and a 24-hour warranty. Call Molly Maids today at 239-774-5839. That's 239-774-5839 or online at mollymaid.com/FTMYERS. That's mollymaid.com/FTMYERS.
This is Miller and Moulton.
Lucifer, it's because the Bills' young defensive linemen are totally overrated. And when it's been a big spot for them, they've hardly ever come through. I'm sorry. And they've spent high draft capital on those linemen. It also shows that Von Miller's shot. Rousseau, Oliver, sorry. I'm sorry. They've not been good enough. Now, I do think I do think they would have fared better at home because I do think playing on the turf would have helped them as opposed to playing at Arrowhead Field. But you look at the draft capital, okay, that they've spent at that position and the money they've spent, they're not getting what they need to get out of it. Those guys are just good enough to not get rid of, but not good enough to win.
All set.
You're listening to Miller and Moulton. And now, here's Mark Miller and David Moulton.
22 minutes till the top of the hour. Thanks so much for being with us. Miller and Moulton, millerandmoulton.com, Miller_Moulton on X. Having some fun with our Swamp Buggy Races poll question. It's National Make a Friend Day. So when's the last time you made one? Last 6 months? Last year? Been a while. Or, I got enough friends. That Mark Miller, the David Moulton, Miller_Moulton on X. Vote accordingly. I think they're the best at covering the sport of college basketball. It's the Field of 68, thefield68.com. They have a tremendous depth chart, if you will. Mike Miller helps run their daily newsletter. Follow Mike on X at Mike Miller F68, Mike Miller F68, and Mike Miller is kind enough to join us right now to talk college hoops. Mike, it's David and Mark. Thanks for doing this. How are you?
All right, David and Mark. How are we this morning?
Well, we are fine. Did you see this year coming from the SEC back in October? Did you think it was going to replace the Big 12 and do so in a big way as the best conference in America?
People thought they would be neck and neck with the Big 12, but anybody who tells you that they saw what the SEC is doing is lying to you. I mean, we project the NCAA tournament field twice a week. Shameless plug, Monday through Friday on X or on YouTube, Fielding the 68. Our bracket projection yesterday had 13 SEC teams in the field. And that's absurd. 13 teams, right? Like, that doesn't make any sense. We even discussed it as Oklahoma as a 10 seed because of their overall metrics. And Oklahoma's likely to finish with just 6 SEC wins. But it's not just that it's deep either. It's that the teams at the top are exceptional. We had 3 SEC teams as number 1 seeds, and Auburn, Tennessee, and Bama. You're going to have a number 1 versus number 2 in Bama versus Auburn this week. It's really just absurd. And the whole league is really good. It makes you feel bad for the teams like LSU and South Carolina that have to go against this gauntlet every week.
I think Saturday, Auburn and Alabama, it's the first time ever an SEC's had a 1 versus 2 matchup. They will play this week, which is great. But when you look, let's talk specifically about the Gators, because we were on the Gators as the year started as a team that could make a little hay. What do you think about the Gators' chances in March this year with a lineup that doesn't have a deep bench, but we don't think you need that come tournament time?
And the thing is, too, Florida's non-conference schedule was pretty soft, and I think we were all waiting to see just how good they could be. But you beat the number 1 team twice, 2 different number 1 teams twice in a season, and there's not much anybody can say negative against you. I love Florida's backcourt. I'll be interested to see how healthy Elijah Martin looks tonight when he supposedly returns to the lineup. Their front court is really underrated. Alex Condon is a gem, and Chinwelu is a beast down low. I wish they still had. I was hoping Handlogan would be able to return this season, but the way they wanted to shut him down made sense. But when you have front court guys who can rebound and defend, and not just defend down low, but hedge on screens, and 3 perimeter players who can fill it up at any time, there's no reason to think Florida can't make a Final Four, right? Win it all, you got to have some luck, but there's no reason to think they can't make a Final Four. They're really, really good.
No doubt about it. Best team since Billy Donovan left, no question. He's Mike Miller, Field of 68, field68.com, talking college hoops. All right. Curious, you said, hey, we projected the field. How many deep do you go with the ACC? Obviously, Duke, Louisville, Clemson. You going Wake? You going SMU? How deep we going here?
I think it ends with Wake right now. SMU we had as one of our next 4 out. Actually, SMU is one of our first 4 out. And surprisingly enough, North Carolina before last night was one of our next 4 out. Now, North Carolina's not sniffing that anymore. I don't know what's going to happen with Carolina. But right now, the ACC is a league that should feel good about getting 4 teams in. Now, they've got a team that could win it all in Duke, and that seems to go a long way when it comes to conference bragging rights. Everybody tends to forget that the ACC wasn't much better last year, and all of a sudden NC State makes a surprise run to the Final Four, and it's like, oh, you guys underrated us. No, you were kind of trash a lot of the year, and it's kind of the same thing this year. Are Louisville going to be capable of making a run there? Could Clemson get to the Elite Eight again? Possibly, but the ACC is not good. They keep waiting for the middle part of that league to get better. Syracuse is terrible. I keep waiting for Notre Dame to make a jump. I don't know what Boston College is doing. That league has problems. And the head of that whole problem is North Carolina. There's no doubt that when North Carolina is better, college basketball is better because of it, because of the attention that brand brings, because of the history and the quality of players it has. But it really hurts that league when Carolina is bad.
The Big Ten's got a lot of good. Is there any great in the Big Ten?
It might sound strange to say, but Purdue is knocking on that door of great. Braden Smith is going to be an All-American player, which is, I think a little surprising given the amount of detractors he's got because of his size, but he's going for 16 points and almost 9 assists a game this season. Trey Kaufman-Renn is also playing like an All-American, and that's no small thing to step into the shoes of what Zach Edey left behind. But I actually think I like Michigan State more. I don't know if you watched over the weekend, but Jason Richardson's kid, Jace Richardson, he dropped 29 points in their win, and that was in place of him starting for an injured Jeremy Fears. Michigan State doesn't shoot a 3, right? They shoot like 30% from 3 during conference play. And Jace Richardson, I think, had 4 on Saturday. And he's a dynamic playmaker on the perimeter and to the basket. It's this year's Spartans team has always been more of a lunch pail team, more of like that early 2000s, late 90s Michigan State teams where they'd rebound and defend. But if you have Jace Richardson in there who can offer some dynamicism on an offense, I don't know. I like those two teams. Some people will tell you Illinois is probably the most dangerous Big Ten team, but they can't defend. I would be skeptical of them.
Yeah, I don't even think they try very hard, actually, to defend. Sometimes some teams do come tournament time. We'll see. This UCLA story is fascinating. So Cronin trashes his team, starts naming guys by name. They're out on the East Coast. They lose one more game, and we're thinking, wow, this could be the end of Mick Cronin at UCLA. How's this team going to respond? Yeah, they've won 7 in a row since that East Coast road trip. I guess you can still coach this way, Mike.
I guess. I don't know. Cronin made hay last year of not having any NIL dollars. Maybe they've all they're all still waiting to be paid, and he's withholding payment until they actually get some wins. But yeah, he'll curse and he'll harass and just get in players' faces, but they're responding. Eric Daly's had a tremendous year for them from an all-around point of view. He's got sophomores that they developed. They've got a little bit of scoring punch in Tyler Bilodeau. I don't know what their ultimate upside is, but it's not a team you want to play, right? A team that defends like that and makes every basket miserable to try to earn. Nobody wants to play that team. It might not be much fun for us to watch either, but there's something there.
Is this Houston team going to be able to make a run come tournament time?
Yes. Houston was my number one team entering the season. And I say that as a Kansas grad. There was a lot to be made that they lost Jamal Shed, who was an All-American last year. They returned 5 of their 7 top players. They brought in Milos Ujan from Oklahoma to run the point, and he's been spectacular during Big 12 play. He's got almost 5-to-1 assist-to-turnover ratio. He's not as dynamic and explosive as a playmaker. as Shed was, but nobody is. And Moulton is a little bit bigger. He can cover up a little more ground defensively just by natural covering. And Houston shoots the ball well. They're shooting 42% from three. Emmanuel Sharp, LJ Crier, and Moulton all shoot over 40%. Terrence Arsenault has really good size in the perimeter. He's gotten some starts this year. The one thing that would hold Houston back is health. This time of year, they're always a little banged up. I think it was last night, Arsenault and Crier and Sharp were all kind of dealing with nagging injuries. Crier's got a knuckle injury. Sharp's dealing with an ankle injury. Arsenault's still dealing with a knee, but they're really good. And they would have made the Final Four last year if Jamal Shed doesn't get hurt. I don't see any reason why you wouldn't like Houston. They're, for what we just said about UCLA as a really dangerous defensive team, Houston is UCLA times 5.
Mike Miller, Field of 68, fieldof68.com, joining us here on Miller and Moulton. Can Indiana do better, realistically, than, say, Chris Beard? Forget the whole Brad Stevens stuff. Dusty's not going to leave Michigan after a year. I mean, can they do better than Chris Beard? Because realistically, I don't know that they can do better than that.
That would probably mean there's not much wrong with Chris Beard either.
Right.
He's in year 2 at Ole Miss, and they're going to be a top 5, top 6 SEC team in perhaps the best conference ever. I think Chris Beard's got Bob Knight ties, which plays into a little bit of that traditional fan base that they've got there. He would certainly make Indiana a winner. I don't think they can do better than Chris Beard, though.
Can UConn
say Chris Beard would be bad?
Can UConn straighten themselves out? They've sputtered a little bit. They're just barely a top 25 team. We all know how well Hurley can coach. Will they figure this out during the month of February and early March?
By figure it out, will they look like UConn the last 2 years? No. But they're a really good offensive team. They just can't guard anybody. They haven't been able to guard anybody all year. They really miss having a guy who can solve problems like Steph Castle did last year. They miss senior leaders like Tristan Newton and Cam Spencer, but that was a generational team. This team can't guard anybody on the perimeter. They have no rim protection, although Terrace Reed has been better inside as of late. And they're also a little banged up. Their point guard, Hassan Diarra, they're monitoring his usage for the rest of the year. And when you don't have anybody who can protect the rim, life sure gets a lot harder when you don't have Donovan Clingan back there. And when you don't have a point guard that can run their complicated sets, things are hard. They're still a tournament team, but I think UConn fans are probably reconciling with the fact that if they reach the second weekend, that'll be a successful season for them.
Is St. John's overachieving, or are they a poor man's Houston with a coach with better suits?
It's exactly right. They are calling them a poor man's Houston might be a little dismissive to them, because they actually probably defend a little harder than Houston. Houston's scheme is helps them out, and they don't have to then extend quite as far. But if you watch St. John's guards, Kadary Richmond and Devin Smith and those guys, they'll face guard all the way out to half court. And it's not even a St. John's team that does full court press like we usually associate with Rick Pitino's teams. They just guard all the way, and they can't shoot. They're even worse than Michigan State. But there's a lot to be said for a team that defends like maniacs and rebounds. Rick Pitino sure seems like he's having fun, right? This is not Rick Pitino from last year when he was calm, when he said he wanted to kill himself, when he said he was hating life because his team couldn't defend. You're not hearing that this year. This sounds like a almost cocky Rick Pitino, which that's probably a good thing for St. John's.
It's a good thing for college basketball. Mike, thanks for making time for us. Congratulations on all the success that the Field of 68 has had so quickly. You guys do great work. Hopefully we can talk to you again before the madness.
Thanks, guys. Appreciate it.
Mike Miller, Field of 68, fieldof68.com. And follow him on X at Mike Miller F68. Mike Miller F68.
Hopefully the text thank you goes better than the we'll have you on again. He was pretty dismissive there. Great interview, but thanks, guys.
Oh, I thought it was warmer than that. No?
I didn't get that.
No?
I didn't get that.
You don't think that he's a potential friend?
No.
Huh.
I think he's more potential one and done than a friend. And
Wow.
that because it is a very good website. He does good work.
I will text him as soon as we get to break. Okay, make sure that it's not a one and done. By the way, today's National Make a Friend Day. That's why
I don't think we made a friend there.
Well, it's early.
I know. We're starting the process.
Right. But, we covered a lot of ground. Okay. I don't know. He seemed to like our questions. And we faked it pretty well there. We almost sounded like we knew college hoops.
We're trying.
We're at least paying attention. Tell you what, if Michigan State and St. John's played one another with UCLA waiting in the wings, I don't know if anybody get to 50. It'd be the ugliest basketball of all time.
And Izzo and Patino would just love it. The Cape Coral Police Department is growing. They are currently looking for police officers and are offering a $10,000 signing bonus to newly hired officers. If you desire a career in law enforcement, or if you are already in law enforcement and thinking about making a move to a better agency, think Cape Coral Police Department. If you're looking for a police department that is committed to excellence, that invests in the highest level of training, state-of-the-art equipment, and some of the highest compensation in all of Southwest Florida, then the Cape Coral Police Department is for you. Visit capecops.com. That's capecops.com.
Gentlemen, as your wife mentioned getting new flooring, but you don't want to go through the hassle, well, go see the Floor Meisters in Naples next to Costco. They understand your time and money are important, so they'll make it as painless as possible. With a huge in-stock selection of carpet and Cortec, they can get you the floor your wife's been asking for. They carry wood, vinyl, carpet, and tile. If you do it yourself, no problem. They can handle that as well. So go see TJ at the Floor Meisters and tell them, just keeping it real.
Do you have a sleep problem but don't want to wear a CPAP mask? This is Mark Miller for Sleep Treatment Direct. The mask wasn't working for me, and I didn't think I had an alternative. I do. We all do. They have such simple alternatives with greater success than the mask. Visit sleeptreatmentdirect.com. That's sleeptreatmentdirect.com. And if you are like me and your CPAP machine isn't working for you, it's time for a change. Call 239-444-1741. That's 239-444-1741. Sleep Treatment Direct. Sleep safe and sound.
Mark Miller for Molly Maid. Why Molly Maid, you ask? Trust. Moulton was a customer for 15 years. Affordability. Didn't I just say Moulton was a customer for 15 years? Worry-free services. Our professional house cleaners are fully insured and a 24-hour warranty. Call Molly Maids today at 239-774-5839. That's 239-774-5839 or online at mollymaid.com/FTMYERS. That's mollymaid.com/FTMYERS.
Wine glasses never fall over until you get a brand new rug.
Oh, no.
Ketchup bottles act normal till you're wearing a new shirt.
Oh, you kidding me?
And rocks slide peacefully on the road till the day you get a brand new windshield. Then they fly up off the road and attack without mercy. That's why new windshields from Glass Doctor come with our windshield protection plan. Unlimited repairs and one replacement for 12 months. Don't just fix it, protect it. Glass Doctor. A neighborly company.
American Paint Supplies, for nearly 30 years, is your one-stop shop for all your coating needs. If you are a designer, a contractor, a professional painter, or a weekend warrior, American Paint Supplies is the place where experts go to get expert solutions. At 6100 Shirley Street in Naples off of Pine Ridge, American Paint Supplies delivers the best solutions with the best products with the best support. Meet Gene and his team today at American Paint Supplies. Call 239-566-2700. That's 566-2700 or online at AmericanPaintSupplies.net.
This is Miller and Moulton.
Wow. Thank you, I guess. Maybe. I don't know about the tray of Yeho in front of me would be nice, but I was just calling my air conditioning company because my AC upstairs is out again.
You're listening to Miller and Moulton, coming at you from the Floor Meister Studios. Floor Meisters, keeping it real. And now, here's Mark Miller and David Moulton.
It is the bonus hour, Miller and Moulton, on this Tuesday. Thanks so much for being with us. Got a fun show thus far with David Samson, Pat Kirwan, Mike Miller from the Field of 68. You miss any part of the show, go to millerandmoulton.com and download what you missed. Mark does a great job of posting every hour of the show in its own podcast. So we talked a little football today. You have looked ahead. I mean, we could do this every day because there's enough members of the media who do this, but Field Yates of ESPN literally just released his mock draft, you know, based on what he's hearing and blah, blah, blah. He does not have a quarterback going first or second to Tennessee or Cleveland.
I've seen, you know, Tennessee's open to trading out.
Mm-hmm.
They've made that known.
They also publicly have said, hey, if a quarterback's not worthy of the first pick of the draft, we're not going to take him just because we may be in the market for a quarterback. We're not going to reach. So Titans, I guess, have to decide if Cam Ward or Shedeur Sanders is worthy of the first pick of the draft. For what it's worth, Field Yates thinks they go Travis Hunter. He then thinks the Browns go Abdul Carter because they're going to trade Myles Garrett and get the Myles Garrett replacement a lot cheaper, a lot younger, and oh, by the way, get a bunch of picks to do what it is they need to do. Because there's an offensive lineman, a starting offensive lineman who's threatening to retire basically if the Browns are not moving forward. He's like, yeah, I'm not doing another rebuild. And the Browns are trying to say to, I think it's Petonio there. I think they're trying to say to him, dude, we're a year removed from 11 wins in a playoff spot. And he's like, yeah. And here's the other thing. And
the same thing. I got to reconsider, you know, I mean, I know he's under contract, but he's not the only one that has uttered things about saying, get me the hell out of Cleveland if you're going to rebuild this sucker.
Well, there's two things going on in that division. Joe Burrow is really pressing the envelope with the Bengals. And there are those that think if the Bengals front office doesn't respond, that Burrow's going to pull a Carson Palmer. Now, not retire, but basically make life so uncomfortable that eventually he's going to be elsewhere. That this apparently goes back to when Burrow got drafted. There are those around Burrow who urged him to pull an Eli Manning and do not sign with the Bengals. And so supposedly Mark Burrow and his team sat down with the Bengals 5 years ago and said, you guys got to stop acting like the Bengals. Okay, I'm telling you, I'll leave after my rookie deal. Don't think I won't. And if you remember, he gets hurt his first year, but that offseason, they had one of the best off seasons in the history of the league. They got Hendrickson. They signed like 4 starters. They spent money. And, oh, by the way, they won. Well, now.
And we've only pointed this out since we've been doing a show together. The Bengals are regarded as one of the cheapest franchises in sports, not just the NFL.
Well, now it's pay up time. You know, they acquired Trey Hendrickson. They drafted Chase. You know, well, now they got to pay Chase. They got to pay Higgins. They got to pay Hendrickson. They've let guys walk here that they've missed, like Jesse Bates. I mean, and apparently Burrow's all over the Bengals front office, even though he's literally just starting his $55 million a year contract this coming season. Well, I guess Myles Garrett wanting to be traded, the offensive lineman saying, I think I may be out of here. The underlying message is apparently the team is done with Deshaun. You got to cut him or just sit him on the bench, you know, like Shanahan did for that year with RG3, his final year in the league, in which he was the third quarterback and in streak close the whole year. That apparently the players are telling the Browns, we're done with this guy. If you continue this charade, we're out.
And we've always said that that's your key indicator. The players know. They see it in practice every day. They understand who can play and who can't.
Yes. Coaches get in trouble when they say Mark should be playing over David and the team thinks David's better and vice versa. That's when you got problems. So, you know, for what, come on, it's February 11th. I mean, you know, we only got 10 weeks. It's not like things can change. But Field Yates goes, got to admit, right now, I think the Titans would take who they think's the best player in the draft, and that's Travis Hunter. And I think the Browns would go Abdul Carter. And the Giants, in theory, would jump up and down and take Cam Ward. Mark, I think the Giants are not going to sit back for what it's worth. I think they're either going to trade for a veteran quarterback, and they're going to do it in 5 weeks, or they're going to trade up and get the first pick of the draft and take Cam Ward. I think this GM and coach know that they can't around anymore.
Man, how long does it buy him? Because with the influx of young quarterbacks making such an immediate impact, if Ward doesn't make an immediate impact, then what? 3 years tops?
Well, right now, Mark, they may have 12 months, 11 months. I mean, in theory, I think Cam Ward can buy both the GM and the coach another year. I think he can buy him through the 26 season. You know, they go the veteran quarterback and they're not competitive this year. I think they can all get blown out in January. But that's why I think they'll be aggressive and they'll trade up, because they'll make sure they got to get their hands on the guy. I don't think they'll sit back and hope he falls. For what it's worth, Field Yates says Shedeur Sanders going to the Raiders at 6. We just talked with Pat, in which he said not the best draft for offensive tackles, which I will say, I've seen assessments to the contrary.
He said left tackles.
True.
I will say, Pat said left tackles.
That's a good point.
He was very specific about where there was a hole in the draft. It wasn't all tackles. It was the left side.
Because I've seen a lot of mocks, power rankings of the prospects in which there's 5 offensive tackles in the top 20 players of this draft. But you're right. Most of them are thought of as right tackles. And can they then remember though, Wirfs was a right tackle. and he preferred to stay at right tackle. Penei Sewell is a right tackle, and he has preferred to stay there, and they've paid him like a left tackle. And Tampa Bay moved Wirfs and then paid him. But so there are 4 or 5 offensive tackles that go 4 pretty highly for what it's worth. The Dolphins, I will say, for what it's worth, and it's worth nothing right now. Most everybody out there mocking for the Dolphins has them taking a guard at 13, in which they say, I know you can't take guards this highly, but I don't know what to tell you. The Dolphins O-line, they desperately need a guard.
Indianapolis did it a few years back. It worked out just fine for them.
Right. Some players of note. Tyler Warren goes 14th to the Colts, the Penn State tight end.
Where's the Boise running back go?
Denver at 20. And I will say a lot of people.
That's been a popular spot for him.
Yes, it is. There are a lot of people that do not think he falls below 20. Could be taken above 20, but very few think he makes it past Denver to, the Chargers are at 22. And there's a lot of people that think that Denver could just block the Chargers this whole draft, that they have similar needs, and Denver could just take the guy the Chargers want throughout this draft. Jackson Dart to the Steelers at 21, the Ole Miss quarterback. The Chargers, by the way, ended up taking the Michigan tight end. Colston Loveland.
Surprise.
Right. The Lions take the North Dakota State guard center, which would be a great pick because Ragnow's getting older.
Yep.
And it's never a bad thing to invest in your line. I will say
I do not think the Steelers would take Jackson Dart in the first round. I don't think they reached for Kenny Pickett a couple of years ago, moved him up into the first round. It worked out very badly for them. I don't see them making a similar type of pick after the last pick in that type of situation worked out so poorly.
I will say some players who in this mock fall late into the first round, in which if this were to happen, you'd go, oh, wow, I got a really good player for where they were drafting. The other Michigan defensive tackle, Kenneth Grant, would fall to the Bills at 30. He's a dude. I'm telling you right now, that's a dude. That would be a great thing for the Bills. Donovan Jackson, the very talented Ohio State offensive lineman, falls to the Chiefs. Now, some think at the pro level he's a guard. He's not a left tackle. If he can play tackle, he's a right tackle. But still, obviously the Chiefs can use offensive linemen. And Jihad Campbell, the Alabama linebacker, would fall all the way to the Eagles. Seriously?
They have become the Baltimore Ravens with the draft.
They
really have. They take the best player.
Yeah.
They don't draft per position. They draft to their board. They've done extremely well by it. And teams reach for players, and it lets the really good drafters get better quality talent. Happens every year.
The Eagles also adopting our draft philosophy, Mark. Okay, you and I said it for years. If we were running an NFL team, we'd only draft guys from like 15 schools. The SEC, a handful of schools in the Big Ten, and Notre Dame. Everybody else can go everywhere else. We're taking the 4 and 5 stars, thank you.
American Paint Supplies, for nearly 30 years, is your one-stop shop for all your coating needs. If you are a designer, a contractor, a professional painter, or a weekend warrior, American Paint Supplies is the place where experts go to get expert solutions. At 6100 Shirley Street in Naples off of Pine Ridge, American Paint Supplies delivers the best solutions with the best products with the best support. Meet Gene and his team today at American Paint Supplies. Call 239-566-2700. That's 566-2700 or online at AmericanPaintSupplies.net.
Wine glasses never fall over until you get a brand new rug.
Oh
Ketchup bottles act normal till you're wearing a new shirt.
Oh, you kidding me?
And rocks slide peacefully on the road till the day you get a brand new windshield. Then they fly up off the road and attack without mercy. That's why new windshields from Glass Doctor come with our windshield protection plan. Unlimited repairs and one replacement for 12 months. Don't just fix it, protect it. Glass Doctor. A neighborly company.
Gentlemen, as your wife mentioned getting new flooring, but you don't want to go through the hassle? Well, go see the Floor Meisters in Naples next to Costco. They understand your time and money are important, so they'll make it as painless as possible. With a huge in-stock selection of carpet and Cortec, they can get you the floor your wife's been asking for. They carry wood, vinyl, carpet, and tile. If you do it yourself, no problem. They can handle that as well. So go see TJ at the Floor Meisters and tell them, just keeping it real.
The Cape Coral Police Department is growing. They are currently looking for police officers and are offering a $10,000 signing bonus to newly hired officers. If you desire a career in law enforcement, or if you are already in law enforcement and thinking about making a move to a better agency, think Cape Coral Police Department. If you're looking for a police department that is committed to excellence, that invests in the highest level of training, state-of-the-art equipment, and some of the highest compensation in all of Southwest Florida, then the Cape Coral Police Department is for you. Visit capecops.com. That's capecops.com.
This is Miller and Moulton.
So we live in a 3-story building, 24 condos, 8 to a floor. We live on the 3rd floor. Nice view, a decent place. Would I have picked it? No. But my wife loves it. Great. So we had 2 skylights.
You got 30 seconds.
They're making repairs to the roof. They have removed the skylight. I just went out during the break. I walked into the kitchen. There's a hole. I can see the sky. There's debris all in my kitchen. They tell me they're going to fill in the hole. I sure hope so.
You're listening to Miller and Moulton. And now, here's Mark Miller and David Moulton.
21 minutes past the hour. Miller and Moulton, millerandmoulton.com, Miller_Moulton on X. Thanks so much for being with us. Today's National, what is it, Make a Friend Day?
Make a Friend Day.
National Make a Friend Day. So we asked you, when's the last time you made a friend? Last 6 months?
22% of you have made a friend in the last 6 months.
Wow! I'm impressed. I'm also happy for you. I think that's great if you've made a friend in the last 6 months.
27% of you have made a friend in the last year.
Hell, that means nearly 50% of our audience has added a friend in the last year. That's awesome.
Almost 32% of you have made a friend in the last decade.
Well, there you go. Now we're talking.
Get out more.
And
just less than 20% of you claim that you have enough friends.
yeah, baby. So 49% have made a friend in the last year, and 51% have said, whatever. Friends are overrated. All right.
We're tough on categorizing of a friend. This means not just someone you hang out with at the kids' game and talk to for an hour during practice and leave. That you have to have done something with this person. Just the two of you or two couples. No kids around. Something to make it friend-worthy. Thought we'd get a story or two on the text line, and we didn't. I was waiting for story time, but we never did get that today.
By the way, just got a text to the two of us saying, do imaginary friends count? No. Tough to break bread with an imaginary friend, but
depends if they respond or not.
By the way, for the record, you thought that Mike Miller was dismissive of us, the Field of 68 guy at the end of the interview.
At the end of the interview, you said, hey, great having you on. I mean, you gave unbelievably nice comments about the work that he does and that they do at the Field of 68 and said, would love to have you on before the madness. He responded with, thanks, guys.
See, I took it as warmer than that. Not that he was a friend, but that he would come on a second time. So you said, and for the record, Miller and Moulton send thank you texts to our guests. We do. Not every time, but most every time.
Sometimes we both send them.
Right. And we have found it's kind of like getting the handwritten note, a little postcard in the mail. People like it. Okay. We think it's helped us get people to come back on the show. So as we've gotten older, we've actually gotten nicer. You would have thought it would have gone the other way.
But it hasn't.
No.
And in the past, we had people who did the thank yous for us. We are now running our own ship. We're in charge of everything.
We are.
With that being said, if you'd like to sponsor the show,
here we go.
Text sponsor to 21,000. I don't know why you're so damn dismissive about me trying to keep us on the air.
I'm not dismissive. I'm just saying it. And now we go to the please, we need money part of the show. Mark,
You
take
have
it
no
away.
idea. Sponsor to 21,000. I'll tell you what, here's the deal. All sponsors who sign up before the month of February ends will either be able to have lunch with Miller, Moulton, or both at some time in the near future.
Wow.
On Miller and Moulton.
Look at that. Hell, I may just drive down to have you buy me lunch. But so anyway, I sent Mike a text saying, hey, thanks for coming on. Okay. Really do hope we can talk again. And he goes, absolutely. Always happy to talk hoops. Huh? So
Right
there you
after he
go.
blocked that number from his phone. A couple of texters says, make a new friend. I'm trying to get rid of the ones I've got.
I would think that would be easy. Don't you just not respond to them?
This one says, no. Actual friends I can count on one hand, and those are years in the making. Everyone else are acquaintances.
I just got a text from my daughter that said Cooper DeJean's going to be one of the best nickels of our generation. Bet on that. Obviously, my daughter's been kidnapped, right? Her phone's been hacked?
Or her husband stole it.
Yeah, I know. I don't know why. Well, don't send me a text like that. I don't text you in the middle of your workday, okay?
Maybe you should start.
Maybe I'd make more friends if I did. So record viewership for the Super Bowl. None of us are buying that at all, but they do count people they didn't count before. They count the streaming, and apparently 13 million watched on Tubi, which I will say is over 10% of the audience. Listen, Miller and Moulton will make the bet with anybody. The whole, we're not going to have a Super Bowl on streaming in my lifetime. Miller and Moulton will make that bet with anybody. We're getting a Super Bowl and streaming in the latter part of the 2030s. Write it down.
I had to laugh because Bill Maher does his show on Friday nights on HBO. He did his final thing, new rules. I find the new rules of his show funny.
Okay.
But at the end of that, he goes on his little diatribe about whatever it is he wants to go on. He went after sports and streaming. And this will be one of the last Super Bowls that we watch on network television. And I'm like, Bill, is someone on your staff not aware of what the TV deal is for the NFL for the next 9 years?
I was going to say, Bill,
these things are already set in stone.
Bill, not only is it going to be on network television, we can tell you what networks are going to be on when.
Right.
NBC next year, then ABC, then CBS, Fox, NBC, ABC. You get the idea.
But I almost looked to find it somewhere where I could send it to you because it sounded like my co-host was talking to me. I got to watch these games on streaming and I can't go from one game to the other. Oh my goodness, could you sound any older?
Well, and not only that, why is he so bothered by it? He does drugs, for goodness sake. I mean, you could see why I'd be bothered. I don't do drugs. He shouldn't be bothered by anything. He does as much weed as Snoop. Okay, why is he bothered by anything?
It's a great question. But I just had to laugh. This will be one of the last Super Bowls we can watch before. What do you mean? What are you trying to tell us? Is there a contract that we don't know about that's out there? But there will be a streaming Super Bowl in our lifetime. When this next contract comes, you can write it down.
Yes. Yes. And by streaming, we mean exclusively.
We mean a Super Bowl on Amazon Prime.
Correct.
Netflix.
Right.
That's what we mean.
We absolutely are willing to bet large amounts of money that will happen. Now, it won't be Goodell. It won't be this commissioner. there's a good chance that Jarrah and Kraft are no longer with us. I mean, this will be a totally different power structure in the National Football League that's negotiating this deal, and they're negotiating it 7-8 years from now.
David, we got called out a little bit, and I have to agree with the texter.
Okay.
Even though these numbers I didn't think this would be the highest watched Super Bowl because it wasn't an entertaining Super Bowl. But he says you only believe the numbers when they fit your narrative. Doesn't work like that. Either accept the numbers or never mention the ratings again. There's no in between.
No, that's a good point.
I think it's an excellent point, sir. Thank you for the text.
And we will accept the numbers. We just don't believe that this is the most watched Super Bowl ever. We think they've undercounted the numbers previously. But as we've said, they're counting more markets than ever before, more states than ever before, out-of-home viewership, streaming, 126 million for Super Bowl 59. Miller and Moulton would like to thank the sponsors that, quite frankly, saved the show in 2024. Whether it was Floor Meisters, American Paint Supplies, Glass Doctor, Molly Maid, Cigar Bar, Sleep Treatment Direct, the Diamond District, and even the Cape Coral Police Department, thank you. We're hopeful of a great 2025, still needing sponsors, so reach out to Miller and Moulton via X at that Mark Miller or the David Moulton, or text us at 21,000. But Miller and Moulton says thank you to our sponsors and to you, our loyal listeners.
Whether you're chasing peak performance, reigniting intimacy, or simply want to feel your best, Game Day Men's Health creates customized game plans to optimize your health. Call 239-427-3441 for our Bonita Springs and Naples location to set up your free testosterone test and consultation. Mention Miller Moulton Radio Show for 10% off your service. Find your maximum self with Game Day Men's Health, Bonita Springs and Naples, Florida. Call 239-427-3441 today.
The world-famous cigar bar started as a neighborhood place in downtown Fort Myers, and now it's a brand, a destination, with 4 locations. The original place, Henry Street, Fort Myers, Gulf Coast Town Center, on Southeast 47th Terrace off the Cape Coral Parkway, and the Lounge on West 1st Street in Fort Myers. A place to go, whether you just need a relaxing drink and a smoke after a tough day at work, or a place to go celebrate. From relaxation to celebration, the world-famous cigar bar.
Do you have a sleep problem but don't want to wear a CPAP mask? This is Mark Miller for Sleep Treatment Direct. The mask wasn't working for me, and I didn't think I had an alternative. I do. We all do. They have such simple alternatives with greater success than the mask. Visit sleeptreatmentdirect.com. That's sleeptreatmentdirect.com. And if you are like me and your CPAP machine isn't working for you, it's time for a change. Call 239-444-1741. That's 239-444-1741. Sleep Treatment Direct. Sleep safe and sound.
This is Miller and Moulton.
You like that? That's them working on the roof. That's not me with, gastrointestinal issues. Especially the sounds they're making. Woo!
That's something.
I know. Isn't that?
I didn't have my headsets in and I could hear it. Who stepped on the duck?
Ooh, baby. Who will tell you? Honey, you must have been something before electricity. Who? Logic Man, I think they are taking away the skylight. Which I'm fine with, to be honest with you.
I'd go down and say we bought this place specifically for the skylights.
For the skylight or the place?
Anybody else despise Apple's new update to the email?
Oh, you mean what happened to our phones?
Yeah.
Oh my God, hate it. Hate it. I know. Totally messed me and my emails up. I hate it. I spent the whole morning trying to track stuff down. It looks different. Ugh. It's a problem.
David, I have a friend who on social media, she's in North Dakota now. It's minus 22 right now.
Here we go.
Minus 37 with the wind chill.
There we go. Now we're talking. It's the Red River Valley, baby.
She's like, no one can complain about how cold they are.
Welcome back to Miller and Moulton. Text the guys what's in your mind at 21,000. That's 21000. And now, here's David Moulton.
22 minutes till we're out of here. Thanks for being with us on this Tuesday. Hope your week got off to a good start. We appreciate you supporting Miller and Moulton, millerandmoulton.com, Miller_Moulton on X. Go to swampbuggy.com. Get your Swamp Buggy Races tickets. First weekend of March. Swamp Buggy Races poll question. Today's National Make a Friend Day. When's the last time you made one? Half of you have made a friend within the last year. Good for
Way
you
to
guys.
go. Good job.
Yeah, congratulations. Tell me how you did it. Some of us haven't made a friend since before the pandemic. And some of us are like, yeah, I got enough friends.
That Mark Miller, the David Moulton, Miller_Moulton on X to vote.
It's that time again, nearing the end, but not quite there yet. Here's Mark Miller with Today Was the Day When.
Today was the day when, brought to you by Game Day Men's Health. Go to GameDayMen'sHealth.com. Mention Miller and Moulton to get an extra 10% off. Game Day Men's Health, locations in Bonita Springs and Naples. GameDayMen'sHealth.com. We start in 1809. We do not have a lot that happened on February the 11th. 1809. Robert Fulton patents the steamboat. Seems like a biggie.
It was at the time.
Yeah. 1963. Julia Child's show, The French Chef, premieres on WGBH in Boston It was one of the first cooking shows in the U.S.
So she's the one we blame.
Oh, blame?
Yeah. Come on. We need another cooking show?
I love cooking shows.
I know you do, but don't we have enough? I mean,
well, we now have a network that takes care of all of it for us, and they don't show anybody cooking anymore. It's kind of like MTV.
Beat me to it. I mean, I laughed remember we talked leading into the Super Bowl, what's Fox going to give its valuable promo time to? And IndyCar got 2 promos. The UFL got 2 promos. Fox News got 2 or 3 promos. But then, man, they're promoting this new Ultimate Chef show. Like, just what we need. Another cooking show.
Today in 1990, in the 10th round in Tokyo, James Buster Douglas knocks out Mike Tyson in Japan.
Yes, he did. Yes, he did. A fight that no one was interested in. It's why it was on HBO. They literally couldn't get a pay-per-view service to agree to pick up the fight because Tyson was such a mortal lock. Come on, tell me you don't remember where you were when you found out, whether you were watching live or not. And I was in a pool hall in Scranton. We were playing pool, and every time I looked up, Buster was pounding him.
And I'm not sure, 1990, I would have been at MSU. I know I didn't watch it. And I'm trying to remember if we heard it, coming home from the bar that night.
Or the next day.
Or the next morning.
Right. In which you're like, this is a joke.
And I'm pretty sure it was SportsCenter the next morning.
And then Tyson hits him with a 2-punch combo, I think in the 9th, and knocks Buster Douglas down. And we're like, oh my goodness, he's going to steal the fight.
1993, President Clinton selects Janet Reno to be the first female U.S. Attorney General. And a year ago, the Chiefs go back-to-back, beating the Niners 25-22 in overtime.
Kelsey had a much different game a year ago.
He really did.
Yeah, he looked a little younger, a little sprier. Yep.
Mahomes had a little different game, too.
Well, he did. He did.
Didn't take him until, what, late third to get across midfield?
Correct.
Thomas Edison, Manuel Noriega, and Burt Reynolds would have all celebrated birthdays today. Speaking of that James Buster Douglas fight, Larry Merchant is 94 today. Jeb Bush, 72. Sheryl Crow is 63. Sarah Palin is 61. Jennifer Aniston, 56. There's a hat trick for you. Surfer Kelly Slater is 53. And the tennis player Medvedev's 29. What did I miss, David?
2 things. Earlier in the day on February 11th, 1990, Nelson Mandela was released from prison.
To go to the fight?
Ba-dum-bum. And it's been 13 years. Whitney Houston died today in 2012. Does it seem that long?
Yes.
Okay.
Actually, longer.
Okay. Just asking. 13 years.
I don't know about you, but it seems longer. I mean, it seems like she's been gone a long time.
So there you go.
Time to see life a little bit differently. Here's Mark Miller with the good, the bad, and the ugly. What you got, Mark?
For the good, we have more juggling. Had a juggler yesterday do 5 minutes in a headstand juggling.
Well, he did, and he juggled 5 balls while doing a headstand.
I think this is equally as difficult. David Rush. He's one of those serial Guinness World Record breakers.
Oh, great.
He broke his own record while taking 198 bites out of 3 apples while juggling the fruits for 1 minute. That's 3 bites a second. He broke the record of 164 bites out of 3 apples that he did in 2018. The rules are so strict that each bite has to be small, precise, and fast. There's no time to swallow, even though swallowing is allowed. So you got to spit the bites out while keeping the apples in motion.
Man.
Right.
It's a lot of effort to set these world records that nobody cares about but you.
I'm impressed with people that can juggle. Can you juggle?
No. I can barely juggle 2. Are you kidding? 3? I'm not kidding. I don't. I'll try it later today. I'll grab 3 pieces of fruit and I'll try to juggle them. I'll just literally walk into a Publix and go and grab 3 apples and just start flipping them around.
When I was in, 8th, 9th grade, guy who's still one of my best friends in this world, bought a book on juggling and taught himself how to juggle. I was impressed by that. I'm still impressed by it. All right. There's a local that could make the cut today, but I may save it for tomorrow because I want to go to Huntsville, Alabama for the bad, where Russell Crumbly was pulled over and arrested for DUI. Apparently, he got into an accident and then was arrested for DWI. The thing of it is that he's not just an attorney. He's a DUI attorney.
That's hope he didn't hurt anybody, right? Please.
No. When people hurt people, I don't include them in it.
Right, okay.
There's enough we can find where
right.
Hopefully someone didn't do something harmful to themselves or others.
I mean, that's like an SNL skit, right? I mean,
Yeah.
Have you gotten a DUI? And that's where his partner should come in and go, well, Rush, you have. I'll take it from here.
Finally, the ugly, we go to Clearwater, where on Saturday afternoon, Demetria Wilson and Tymario Morrell were arrested. They were behind the bus stop in view of Highway 19 in front of a Wendy's getting busy.
Uh-oh.
Apparently, when police pulled up, the 53-year-old Miss Wilson was pantsless, and the 29-year-old Mr. Morrell was doing what he had to do. They have each pleaded not guilty to a misdemeanor charge, one that I hope to keep you updated on. I do want to point out again, she was 53, he was 29, and they were on the ground in front of the Wendy's. That is the good, the bad, and the ugly. On today, February the 11th, brought to you by the Cape Coral Police Department. Go to capecops.com. Still offering $10,000 for a new officer sign-on bonus. Other jobs available. All information at capecops.com.
Who do you think called the cops? Or do you think the cops were just driving by going, Mike, did you see what I said?
I'm guessing someone at the bus stop or someone working at the Wendy's. I would have just I might have walked out.
I think you and I both would have just been like, well, okay. They only need a few minutes here. Maybe I'll just, go in the car. Okay. We got 4 NBA games tonight, TNT doubleheader, Knicks early, shocker. It's Knicks Pacers, and then it's Memphis Phoenix late, Phoenix has really been struggling. They're down to 500. So 7:30, 10 o'clock, that's your NBA doubleheader. But here's the deal, folks. Not one, not two, not three, 4 system plays tonight. UCF at home getting an 8.5 against Iowa State.
Iowa State's lost 3 of their last 4 and have not been playing all that well.
I think I might take UCF on the money line tonight. I can get them, I think, at 300. Vandy, an 8.5 at home against Auburn. You know, wished Auburn had won over the weekend against Florida, but
right.
It's 8.5. Kansas State at home. Wildcats are hot. Getting 3.5 against Arizona in Manhattan, Kansas. And we got Texas at home taking on Alabama. Longhorns getting 4.5. Remember, ranked team on the road, favored. Unranked team at home, underdog. You take the home dog. See?
3 games featuring ranked teams playing one another tonight. Tennessee is at Kentucky. Purdue is at Michigan, and Florida's at Mississippi State. All terrific games. Good night of college hoop tonight. A couple other ranked teams at home, favored pretty heavily. Kansas, A&M, Michigan State. So a lot of ranked teams in action. Good night of college hoop.
So there you have it. Seth Everett will join us on the show tomorrow. Well, obviously, we talk football every day. We'll talk a little football on the show tomorrow. Have a guest and everything. Charlotte County today. Rays, pitchers and catchers. Rays and Dodgers today. Become the second and third teams to have pitchers and catchers report. Everybody's pitchers and catchers report by Thursday. Mark, do you know the first spring training game is like a week from Thursday?
All right.
Yeah, I think February 20th, because first off, you got a Tokyo series again. So like people are playing games right after St. Patrick's Day outside the country. And I think opening day is March 27th this year. So
drive accordingly if you have spring training where you are. David, we got a texter when talking about the juggling that threw this comment in there. I juggled 3 women once. That didn't end up good, although fun at the time. Hey now.
Hello.
Good for you. Good for you. All right. Miller and Moulton. Miss any of the show? Go to millerandmoulton.com or any of the usual places to download the podcast. We'll have everything up here in the next 15 or so minutes. As David pointed out, Seth Everett on the show tomorrow. Hope you have a terrific rest of your Tuesday. We'll be back tomorrow, 6 a.m.
Miller and Moulton would like to thank the sponsors that, quite frankly, saved the show in 2024. Whether it was Floor Meisters, American Paint Supplies, Glass Doctor, Molly Maid, Cigar Bar, Sleep Treatment Direct, the Diamond District, and even the Cape Coral Police Department, thank you. We're hopeful of a great 2025, still needing sponsors, so reach out to Miller and Moulton via X at that Mark Miller or the David Moulton, or text us at 21,000. But Miller and Moulton says thank you to our sponsors and to you, our loyal listeners.
American Paint Supplies, for nearly 30 years, is your one-stop shop for all your coating needs. If you are a designer, a contractor, a professional painter, or a weekend warrior, American Paint Supplies is the place where experts go to get expert solutions. At 6100 Shirley Street in Naples off of Pine Ridge, American Paint Supplies delivers the best solutions with the best products with the best support. Meet Gene and his team today at American Paint Supplies. Call 239-566-2700. That's 566-2700 or online at AmericanPaintSupplies.net.
Gentlemen, as your wife mentioned getting new flooring, but you don't want to go through the hassle, well, go see the Floor Meisters in Naples next to Costco. They understand your time and money are important.
so they'll make it as painless as possible. With a huge in-stock selection of carpet and Core-Tech, they can get you the floor your wife's been asking for. They carry wood, vinyl, carpet, and tile. If you do it yourself, no problem. They can handle that as well. So go see TJ at the Floor Meisters and tell them, just keeping it real.
Mark Miller for Molly Maid. Why Molly Maid, you ask? Trust. Moulton was a customer for 15 years. Affordability. Didn't I just say Moulton was a customer for 15 years? Worry-free services. Our professional house cleaners are fully insured and a 24-hour warranty. Call Molly Maids today at 239-774-5839. That's 239-774-5839 or online at mollymaid.com/FTMYERS. That's mollymaid.com/FTMYERS.
Honey, you want to come out? I haven't seen you since Glass Doctor installed our custom shower enclosure.
No thanks.
Well, you can't keep eating breakfast in the shower, and laminating your magazines is getting expensive. You remember we have guests coming over tonight, right?
Oh, I'm sure they'd love to see the shower.
It's our neighbors, and I highly doubt they want to be hanging out in our bathroom.
The shower's so good, you'll never want to leave. Visit glassdoctor.com today and schedule an appointment online.
The Cape Coral Police Department is growing. They are currently looking for police officers and are offering a $10,000 signing bonus to newly hired officers. If you desire a career in law enforcement, or if you are already in law enforcement and thinking about making a move to a better agency, think Cape Coral Police Department. If you're looking for a police department that is committed to excellence, that invests in the highest level of training, state-of-the-art equipment, and some of the highest compensation in all of Southwest Florida, then the Cape Coral Police Department is for you. Visit capecops.com. That's capecops.com.
This is Miller and Moulton.